Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Municipal Council meeting Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Announcements, acknowledgements, and recognition. First, I'd like to start by saying the washrooms are located outside of those doors. You can view our council meeting on YouTube at MODL Nova Scotia. And we have regrets from Councillor Staton. So I would like to begin with a proclamation. Heart Failure Awareness Week. Whereas over 750,000 people of all ages in Canada are living with heart failure, and heart failure is expected to cost the Canadian economy $2.8 billion per year by 2030. Whereas people with heart failure experiencing debilitating symptoms such as shortness of breath, swelling and exhaustion, and people who care for those with heart failure are often overwhelmed and stressed. And whereas the Canadian Heart Failure Society is an organization of volunteer cardiovascular professionals and patients who work hard to improve care for patients with heart failure in close collaboration with the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, the Canadian Cardiovascular Society, the Canadian Council of Cardiovascular Nurses, the Canadian Association of Cardiovascular Prevention and Rehabilitation, the Heart Life Foundation, and the Quebec Heart Failure Society. And whereas initiated by the Canadian Heart Failure Society and its partner organizations, Canadian Heart Failure Awareness Week is now celebrated across Canada to improve awareness of education on heart failure. And whereas Heart Failure Awareness Week is an opportunity to raise awareness of the causes of heart failure and the impact it has on individuals living with heart failure and on their caregivers. Therefore, I, Carolyn Bolivar-Getson, Mayor of the Municipality of the District of Lunenburg, do hereby proclaim May 5th to May 11th, 2024, to be Heart Failure Awareness Week, and I so proclaim. I'd like to acknowledge that Sunday, April 28th, is the National Day of Mourning, dedicated to remembering those who have lost their lives, suffered injury, or endured illness due to workplace incidents or tragedies. The most recent statistics from the Association of Workers' Compensation Boards of Canada, according to the most recent statistics of the Association, in 2022, there were 993 workplace fatalities recorded in Canada. Behind each of these tragedies are individuals, loved ones, family members, friends, and colleagues, directly affected and forever impacted by the loss. The National Day of Mourning serves as a solemn occasion to honor and remember these lives lost or affected by workplace tragedies. Moreover, it's a day for us to collectively reaffirm our commitment to enhancing health and safety standards in the workplace. Through this commitment, we strive to prevent future injuries, illnesses, and fatalities, ensuring that every worker can return home safely at the end of the day. I encourage everyone to observe a moment of silence on Sunday at 11 a.m. And I'd like for us to take a moment right now and acknowledge that silence. Thank you. Yesterday was Earth Day, a global event that serves as a powerful reminder of the collective duty to protect and preserve our planet. Since its inception in 1970, Earth Day has grown into a movement that unites individuals, communities, and nations in a common mission to safeguard our environment and promote sustainability. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to our residents for your commitment to environmental stewardship. From community cleanup initiatives to conservation projects, from sustainable practices to advocacy for environmental policies, the contributions of our residents and community group volunteers have made a meaningful difference in safeguarding our natural heritage for generations to come. We appreciate the relationships we have with the groups such as Mahone Islands Conservation Association, Nova Scotia Nature Trust, and the Kingsburg Coastal Conservancy, just to name a few. The passion, ingenuity, and determination of these groups and individuals act as a beacon of hope and a testament to the power of collective action. As we reflect on the significance of Earth Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to protecting and preserving the environment. Let us continue to work together, hand in hand, to address the challenges posed by climate change, pollution, and habitat destruction. Let us strive to foster a culture of sustainability and responsibility in all that we do. I now am going to take a break, and I seen that Councillor Vino had her hand up under acknowledgements and recognition. So if you would like to do yours right now.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Catherine Cross and the children of Big Tancook Island School yesterday, who closed their books, took off their gym sneakers, put on their boots, and contributed to Earth Day by cleaning up the island. It was a great initiative to see all the kids participate in that. I'm sure many of us have seen residents out yesterday. Two groups I also wanted to mention was the Bay to Bay Trail and Nature's Reflections Landscaping. We had a great day for it, and it was great to see so many out participating in it, along with myself and my own community. Thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
Thanks. I've also got Bay to Bay Trails here. I'd like to acknowledge the incredible volunteers that coordinated the Bay to Bay Trail cleanup event this past weekend. I was glad to be able to go out and chip in, help keep the trail in good working order. The work party was a big crowd with many power tools and four-wheelers thrown in the mix. So congratulations to their board, including their Friends of the Trail Subcommittee, who coordinated the posters, food, registration area, and the trail team, who coordinated the work on the trail. And if you want to see a hilarious picture of me with a dangerous-looking contraption that looks like it's half whippersnapper, half circular saw, feel free to check out their Facebook page.
Councillor Haslam.
Thank you so much. So just along those lines, I wanted to acknowledge the volunteers in Broad Cove who did their community litter cleanup and picked up 21 bags of garbage, which is pretty significant for that area. But again, it's that commitment from people within our community to keep our communities beautiful. So thank you to them.
Okay, I'm going to move on to So the International Firefighting Day. May 4th, 2024 is International Firefighting Day. I want to take a moment to express how grateful we are for the volunteer fire service. Our volunteer firefighters dedicate themselves selflessly to ensure our safety from fire and other emergencies. Their unwavering courage and professionalism in the face of danger speak volumes about their character and their deep commitment to the safety and well-being of our communities. To all of our firefighters, your service to our communities is truly invaluable, and we cannot thank you enough for your dedication. Your hard work and commitment to serving others are an inspiration to all of us, and we are proud to have you as our volunteer firefighters. We are deeply grateful for all that you do and for the countless lives you have saved. Thank you again for your service, and please know that you are appreciated more than words can express. We have 3 volunteer firefighters that have served in the capacity of firefighters, and 1 staff member as well. I know that they don't like being recognized for this, as they truly do this out of a passion for their community and the fire service. But I would like to recognize and acknowledge Councillor Martin Bell as a past firefighter. Also Councillor Reed Wynot and Councillor Michelle Greek and staff member Chris Kennedy, our fire services coordinator. Thank you for your service. Red Dress Day. May 5th marks an important day in our nation's calendar. The National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit People, also known as Red Dress Day. This day holds immense significance, rooted in the tragic reality of over 1,000 Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people who have gone missing or been murdered in Canada. It is a day to reflect, remember, and to honor those whose lives have been cut short, whose voices have been silenced, and whose stories must never be forgotten. The origins of the Red Dress Day trace back to the Red Dress Project, an impactful initiative conceived by Métis artist Jamie Black. The image of an empty red dress hanging solemnly has become a powerful symbol of remembrance and resilience. It serves as a stark reminder of the absence left behind by those Indigenous women who are no longer with us. A moving testament to their existence, their struggles, and their enduring spirit. But beyond remembrance, this day serves as a call to action. It compels us to confront the harsh realities of systemic injustice, discrimination, and violence that continue to plague Indigenous communities across our nations. It demands accountability, advocacy, and meaningful change. Let us commit ourselves to the pursuit of justice, equality, and reconciliation. Let us honor the memory of those we have lost by striving for a future where every Indigenous woman, girl, and Two-Spirit person can live free from violence and fear. I encourage each and every one to take a moment to reflect on the significance of this day, to educate yourself and others, and to fight for a more just and inclusive society. Together, let us build a future where no one is left behind, where every life is valued, and where the empty red dresses serve not as symbols of loss, but as symbols of hope for a better tomorrow. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge its significance and the importance of promoting mental well-being within our community. This month is dedicated to raising awareness about mental health, breaking the stigma surrounding mental illness, and advocating for access to mental health resources and support services. It serves as a reminder that mental health is just as crucial as physical health, and that we must prioritize both aspects for our well-being. We recognize that mental health challenges can impact individuals and families in profound ways, often leading to feelings of isolation, anxiety, and despair. These challenges do not discriminate based on age, gender, race, or socioeconomic status, and they require our collective attention and compassion. We have a responsibility to support one another and create a culture of acceptance, understanding, and empathy. Let us strive to break down the barriers that prevent people from seeking help and encourage open conversations about mental health. Let us foster an environment where individuals feel safe and supported, in reaching out for assistance when needed. I want to remind everyone that there are resources available for those struggling with mental health issues. The Provincial Mental Health and Addictions Crisis Line provides crisis intervention for children, youth, and adults experiencing a mental health crisis or mental distress. The service is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to support callers who present with suicidal thoughts, self-harming thoughts, difficulty coping with distress, psychotic or distorted thinking, depression, substance use difficulties, or any other self-identified mental illness concerns. Crisis is self-identified by the individual calling for support. The crisis line also supports families, friends, community agencies, and others to manage mental health crisis through education, outreach, and consultation. To access this service during a mental health crisis, call 902-429-8167 or 1-888-429-8167, available to help 24/7. It is crucial to spread awareness about these resources and ensure that they are accessible to everyone who needs them. Let us all work together to promote mental health awareness in May and beyond. Proclamation for Lyme Awareness Month. Whereas Lyme disease is a serious illness caused by the bite of a black-legged tick infected with the bacterium Borrelia burgdorferi, and whereas black-legged ticks carrying a variety of diseases or illnesses can now be found in all parts of Nova Scotia, and whereas awareness, education, and practicing preventive measures such as daily tick checks and proper tick removal can help reduce your chances of contracting tick-borne diseases. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Carol Bolivar Getson, on behalf of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month. Are there any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? I would also like to acknowledge an individual that is with us today, and we have the Honorable Derek Mummercat with us, who was first elected to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly as MLA for Sydney Whitney Pier in a by-election in 2015, re-elected in 2017, and re-elected for Sydney Member 2 in 2021. The honourable member is currently the opposition House Leader. So welcome to our chambers. So no other statements. We will get down to public input. And before we start public input, I just want to go over a few things. Recently, we have had an increase in citizens making use of public input portion of the meeting. This is a positive sign for council and our community, showing engagement and also a reflection of the good practices in place to provide a meaningful opportunity for residents to be heard. Given the increased use of public input, I would like to take a minute to provide a bit more context and information about the public input section of the meeting. Council provides many opportunities for public engagement, including formal presentations to council for community groups, the opportunity to request an agenda item be added by your council member. Specific questions can be put in email to the CAO, myself, or a local councillor. MODL regularly runs project-specific community engagement, which can all be found on our website. And council also provides the opportunity for public input before all council, policy and strategy, and finance meetings. Public input can cover a wide range of topics. It can be used to express support or opposition to an item before council. Public input has been used to promote a community event or recognize a community member. Public input has been used to raise a question or concern with council. Council does not respond to public input or presentations on the day that they are given. If there is a request of council, it may be addressed during the business arising from the minutes portion of the following meeting, when the minutes are approved. If there are operational items, staff may respond directly where contact information has been provided. A council member may also choose to submit an agenda item to a later council or committee meeting for more detailed discussion and/or action. Respectful statements, discussions, and questions on municipal topics are encouraged during public input. However, to preserve good public discourse, a level of respect and decorum is required. Council policy states that rude or disparaging comments will not be accepted. It is also inappropriate to question the motives of a member of the public or a municipal official. Are there any citizens here today who would like to speak during public input? Again, there are 15 minutes allocated for public input, and based on the amount of people who want to speak, that timeline would be shared. Is there anyone who would like to speak? We have two individuals. If you would come forward, please. Please state your name and the community that you are from.
My name is Doug Cleveland, and say good morning to Honorable Mayor and Council. I wasn't going to speak today, but after some of your announcements, I'd just like to draw some attention in regards to Earth Day that you mentioned, and thank you very much for mentioning that, as well as the day of mourning. Today, in places like Congo, men, women, and children will lose their lives because of mining for a mineral that goes into our EVs. Children who do not have a choice, cannot afford to go to school, will be forced to work in these mines to provide food for their families. Women's babies will be either aborted or they'll be born with defects. So what I would like for you to consider, as we think about Earth Day, we talk about the environmental impact. We talk about our environment. Can we think about what's happening in other countries like China or Congo, where they're mining minerals so that we can drive around EVs in the West and feel good about what we are doing for our environment? Meanwhile, in other countries, children are dying, women are dying, and having accidents because they are involved in mining operations. They're providing EVs and hybrids with chemicals and minerals so we can drive around here. The other thing I would like to bring up is several weeks ago I spoke on my concerns for climate coastal action. Since then, the province has come forward and they are not going to go ahead with a coastal action plan. 2 weeks ago, I sat here and watched two individuals from the province, two individuals from the staff of Modal, give a small presentation on the coastal action plan. It became very obvious that yes, the province stepped back with a disclaimer, but they're certainly encouraging the municipalities to go ahead anyways, which I do not understand if they are going to have a disclaimer which absolves them from legal responsibility and liability due to the information they gave out to the public to take action and the municipal councils. If they're putting a disclaimer that absolves them from all legal responsibility and liability, how is it that the municipalities can take on that job and think that they're not going to be sued? And if they are held liable, the taxpayers of the community are going to be end up paying for the legal cost. So my question is, why is it that Modal feels they have to go ahead with the coastal zoning when other municipalities such as Yarmouth and Shelburne are putting a hold onto it for now? Why do we have to go ahead with it? That question I believe needs to be answered. Anyways, with that, I would like the council to consider again, the next time we do Earth Day or we are thinking about the Earth, think about the EV vehicle that we're driving around and the harm that it's causing. And maybe in the future we'll make some different decisions in regards to those EV vehicles. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So there is 11 minutes left for public input. If you'd please state your name and your community.
Morning, Mayor, members of council. My name's Andrew Himmelman. As you know, my family and I live in Newcomville in District 4. Got a pretty busy day here today. I'm not that prepared, but I've got some concerns around agenda item 11.1.1, which Doug Cleveland had just hit most of them. But I've read through many of the documents that are cited in Modal's decision-making here today. Most of them are from Climate Atlantic, and they're giving emission scenarios that are based on some pretty large events taking place over the next century. So by looking at these emission scenarios, it's based on the worst case, and Modal is planning, Modal's planning depends on Antarctica's ice sheets completely melting and our northern ice sheets completely disappearing. It also factors in the VLM, which is vertical land motion. But it doesn't subtract the VLM from the predictions. Now, looking through Climate Atlantic's reports, along with our federal government's reports, they show charts of the average mean sea level, and that's used to predict the ocean rise. But these charts, they all show between 30 to 35 centimeters of range for Atlantic Canada, based over a 100-year prediction. Now, for some reason, the planning department believes that Modal should be at the forefront of these policies, above and beyond what the province or the federal government's putting down the pipeline, and believes that it's in our community's best interest to go ahead with using data of just crazy numbers. I'd like to know why Modal wants to go ahead with this. I'd love to know why this decision is being made or put forward today. Why we're going with the numbers of 1.57 meters when the actual data on these reports are saying that the average mean of the sea level is going to rise around 33, 35 centimeters. So I'd just like to know, someone can get back to me. And as well, since we were chatting about it earlier, I'd like to know if there's been any communication towards Municipal Affairs, Minister John Moore, about the audit of the purchases of over $25,000. If not, I'd like the CAO to provide an answer in some format to myself. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak and voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other individuals here who would like to come forward for public input? Please come forward and state your name and the community you're from.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilors. I'm Derek Mumbercat. I'm the MLA for Sydney, and I really appreciate the opportunity just to say a few words. I was a former councillor myself with the CBRM before entering provincial politics, so whenever I'm on tour and I have the chance to address a council, I do, because I think it's important. It's a respect for all of you for what you do to represent your community, and it's something that I believe is always important, but probably more important now than ever, the relationship between municipalities and the province. And there's been a lot of decisions that have been made in the last number of months and the last number of sessions around that relationship with municipalities. So for me, as a former minister and a councillor of the department, I always want to make sure that I can come and pay my respect. I had the chance to visit some great organizations. I'm the critic for education in the Department of Community Services now. So I was at Bonnie Lee yesterday and also had the chance to meet with some representatives from some local schools and also really get a good look at the community here. It's beautiful. It's really the first time I've had a chance to really take in the entire community, so I just wanted to stand in my place and thank you and everybody here in the community for a warm welcome. I'm on my way to Yarmouth, so I'm on a bit of a tour today. But again, I always think it's important that regardless of the departments that you run, regardless of the roles that you play, as a councillor, it's important. And some of the issues that you're dealing with now were issues that I never had to deal with as the minister. When you're looking at the environment, when you're looking at housing, when you're looking at cost of living, these are all non-traditional responsibilities of council, and it's tough. And the more support that you can get from all levels of government is important, and I think that the relationship needs to be, it's a continuous relationship building between the province and municipality. So thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We will now go down to the changes approval of the agenda. And we have one item, I believe, to be added.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to request that council add an item to the in-camera session. It would be the third contract negotiation under section 22(2)E of the MGA.
Would someone move the approval of the agenda with the added items? Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Hubley. Discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will go down to the approval of the minutes of March the 26th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Haysom, seconded by Councillor Bell. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will go to the special council minutes of April the 2nd, 2024. Moved by Deputy Mayor Oikel, seconded by Councillor Vino. Oh, no? You were doing this, and I wasn't sure. Okay. Seconded by Councillor DeLong. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Vino.
Thank you. I just need to make a correction of those minutes. The correction would be a motion that was made regarding that staff bring back further data regarding a 3, 4, and 5 cent reduction to the tax rate and what impacts it would have on the 5-year plan. This was mentioned at a previous meeting, but it would not have reflected the minutes that were present today. So I'm bringing that back to ask that that be added and my vote be recorded on that as being against that motion.
So with that note, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will go down to the council minutes of April the 9th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Wynod, seconded by Councillor Vino. It went the whole way that time. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Before we get to business arising from the minutes, I'm wondering if we maybe should do our housing, our presentation, our 9:15. Yeah. So we did have a presentation, or do have a presentation, on our housing needs assessment, and we have provincial representatives on their own teams, correct? That are going to present for us. And then we will go back to the business arising from the minutes. So, somewhere? Yeah, just hang on one second, because somewhere I had a... So I'm going to ask this individual to introduce himself, because I don't think that I will do a good job of that. And he is the Director of Economics and Statistics, Project Lead for the Housing Needs Assessment Project, Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for having us this morning. Tunde Awoyiga, and I'm the Director of Economics and Statistics at the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And I have my colleague here as well with me. Azariah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I hope I'm able to share my screen briefly. Take a look at that.
Yes, we can see it.
Absolutely, thank you. So the housing needs assessment that we're presenting today is the first of its kind in the province in terms of where we started and how things are evolved. This also stemmed from the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Commission. It's part of its 7 recommendations and 60 key action items. In the course of initiating this project, the province tasked the Tonarate to help put this report together, and this has a lot of input from secondary data sources and other public engagements as well. So the report itself was released in October, that's October of 2023. So before we really dive into that, I wanted to provide some context to us around what this situation is. We know this needs assessment is a tool that's going to help us support opportunist decision making, and it is also obvious that this data are collected from secondary data sources, and it also indicates that there might be limitations within the scope of this data that we have in terms of geographical availability, distribution of the data, and also some of the secondary data sources. We also did do public survey engagements as well, just to ensure that we contextualize some of the housing needs that are peculiar to each of the municipalities or the localities that we're working in. We also know that situations in each of the municipalities are not constant. This data is point in time. Things might change. Over time, there will be situations where immigration numbers might change, population numbers might change, economic situations might change. So we know this is just a point in time data, and there is possibility for changes to occur. So we also are planning to make updates to this information, and we're hoping that going forward, we will be able to engage municipalities, and we will be able to collectively brainstorm on how we can really improve the data that we've collected so far. So in terms of the housing situation, we know that the province is, the population in the province is growing, and same for most of the municipalities. In Lunenburg, we've got the population growth around 3% between the two census periods we're looking at, which is 2016 and 2021. And in the province, the rate of growth is about 5%, while in Lunenburg is about 3%. This growth in Lunenburg is within the age group of about 64 to 84-year-olds. That's kind of the highest growth we had, around 23%. So in recent times, between 21 and 22, Lunenburg's population increased by about 1.7%. And that means that when we looked at the projection numbers between 22 and 27, we're expecting that there will be a 4% increase as well going forward. Across the province, between that same period, there was an increased growth of about 2.9%. In terms of changes across the province itself, as talked about growth at about 5% between those census periods, that has also in some ways impacted vacancy rates. The vacancy rate was really low at about 1%. Along with that, we know that there is rapid inflation. The CPI rose to about 7.6% in the province between 2021 and 2022. Inflation is up, but incomes are not growing. Average hourly rate isn't growing as fast, so that creates affordability challenges for folks. The cost of materials are also on the rise, so this isn't making constructions easier to achieve. The pace of construction is rising, but it's really not rising quickly as fast as population is growing. In the immediate market that we're talking about here in Lunenburg, households are forming, and there is an increase in household formation at about 5%. Between 2021 and 2022, the number of households increased up to about 2%, which is quite interesting. And we have about an increase of about 5% that we're projecting between 2022 and 2027. So that means there will be some pressure on the housing market. There will be increased demand. So vacancy rate has stayed almost steady around 7%, which if you look at it, you might say it's really healthy. It's not too bad. Permit rates are also high, and they're also increasing. I will now hand over the other pieces of the presentation to my colleague Azad Eda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tunde. In terms of census data, there are different metrics we can judge how the province and overall the municipality is just going forward. So in terms of census data, there are two main metrics. One is core housing need, and then the affordability challenge. So in terms of core housing need, in district of Lunenburg, a 9% household in core housing need as compared to the province, which is a 10%. So it is less than the province. And in terms of owner and renter, so core housing need is more pronounced in renter than owner, which is 27% in district of Lunenburg, and in terms of owner, it's only at 7%. From last census 2016 to 2021, so core housing need is decreased by 18%. That is only due to the unaffordability part, because due to sub-benefit income is increasing in 2021. Next slide. So in terms of affordability, so in 2022, 76% of all local household on income below 105,000, the income needed to purchase a median home. And as I told you, shelter cost is rising over time. That is faster than the income, and houses are becoming more expensive. And in terms of district of Lunenburg, if you look at that, the prices increased between 2016 and 2022 is 110%. And if you look at this chart, the household who is earning a 70,000 income could afford 80% of the homes sold in 2019. But this ratio fell to only a 35% in 2022. And average rent is increased in 2018 and 2021 only a 2%. And about 40% of local renter earning below 38,000 could not afford the average rental unit in the market. Next slide. So in terms of engagement, and as we know that building a provincial housing need assessment is a complex task, and we require data from all of the 49 municipalities across the province. So we ensure that we heard from variety of these life experience and needs. We apply to different kind of engagement survey and also the engagement session. So to understand this quantitative and qualitative data. So we organized 97 engagement sessions through the different focus group discussion with the different stakeholders like student, post-secondary student institutions, municipality, non-profit organizations, and also the private sector. So additionally, we also received 150 responses from the employer survey, and also we have over 20,000 responses from the public survey. And from out of these 20,360 survey respondents from the district of Lunenburg. So results from what we heard from this engagement from the public survey. So in terms of availability, 94% respondents are not confident finding housing if their situation change, and 42.5% consider leaving their community due to the housing issue, and 49% spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and 36% saw their rent or mortgage increase by $186 in 2021, and 57% live in housing in need of repairs. So these are the only we are presenting a few metrics which is related to the this affordability. Next slide. So in terms of modeling, basically we using this demographic model, and in terms of data we using the demand side and supply side data. On the demand side is the population that is provided by the Finance and Treasury Board. And based on this projected population, we estimate the household and then the total dwellings. And on the supply side, we use the permit data, then start and completion. And in which means because this is not consistent over all the 49. In some municipality, there is a permit data is available, and then the start is available, or the completion. Completion is good for the supply side data, but if completion is not available, we use the permanent data. Next slide. And in terms of projected demand, if you look at this table, the second column is for the district of Lunenburg. So front shortfall, when we estimated at the end of 2022, 645 units. And this shortfall grow up to 1195 units by 2027. And estimated annual pace of construction is 150 units. So in next 5 years till 2027, so 750 units will be added to the market. So the remaining gap is 445 units at the end of 2027. If the current pace of construction is continued by 150 units per year. So it means the remaining 445 units, so we additionally need 90 units to cover this gap by 2027. So let's suppose the 150 plus 90, so it means we need 240 units annually to fulfill this gap by 2027. So if population growth is higher, then the situation is different and maybe the housing demand would be higher. This is the business as usual scenario. Thank you very much. And it over to Tunde.
Thank you, Azad. So in terms of next steps, one of the key things that we've been talking about earlier is how we can update this data going forward to ensure that we continue to have this detailed information that we're going to be using for future data analysis and decision making. And most of it is going to be around housing stats, completions, as well as demolitions and all other important local information that can help us begin to fine-tune the data that we have and make it as precise as we can. So in the course of doing that, we're hoping to continue our engagement with municipalities, which is one of the reasons we're doing this presentation, to ensure that at least we understand the intricacies and understand the type of approach or the template that we can use in arriving at the appropriate data collection in this phase. And we are open to discussions and consultations as we go forward in this process. if there are ways in which we can best support the work of the municipality to ensure that there is an effective or appropriate use of the housing needs assessment, we're open to that. And if there are other ideas in terms of how best we can tap into local information and local data on housing, we're also kind of looking forward to that. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to share this presentation with you this morning to give you an insight into what the data is and what our future approach is around the data. So thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for questions, comments. Councillor Haysom.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was just confused a little bit about the shortfall numbers. Was it a shortfall of 90 units or 445 units? That was my first question, and then my second question was around the average rent rate of $640. I'd love to know where you can find a place to rent for $640, so I'm wondering how you got that number. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take the shortfall numbers. I think what we did in terms of the shortfall is to kind of look at the numbers in terms of what it's going to be in 5 years. That's kind of how we broke it down, so that we're saying, okay, if you look at the 5-year period, if you split that up into every year, you're looking at about 90 shortfall per year. That's kind of how we would eventually get to what we believe is the final numbers in 2027. As that
Right now, it's basically 645 units of shortfall right now at the end of 2022. It will grow up to over around 1100 and something.
95.
And 150 unit is annually pace of construction in the district of Pune. So it means next 5 years we will be add 750 units. So the remaining shortfall is 1195 minus 750 is around 445.
Yes.
So it means on average per year, so we need 90 additional unit with the 150 plus 90, it means we need 240 unit to overcome this shortfall by 2027.
And with regard to the average rents, I know most of the data that we have are data from secondary data sources. And I can understand if there are some nuances in local market that doesn't make it really look true. But we will have to kind of calculate averages, so which means that if there are high numbers or if there are low numbers, we pull all of that together to kind of find the average. And that's kind of how we arrived at that. And those were through the StatsCan and PBSC and also CMHC analysis.
Supplementary, Councillor Haysom.
Thank you. Just on that piece, wouldn't it be more effective to use a median rent as a measurement as opposed to an average?
Yeah, I think we considered both and looked at kind of the potential options, and we felt in this situation, average rent might be a better representation based on the data that we were able to collect.
For the this district of Lunenburg, basically we're using this rent number from the PVSC data, and unfortunately we are unable to calculate the median rent from there. So for that reason, we are providing the average rent. We know that this is one on the one side is a loop. If median is better measure than the average. So where the data is available from the CMSC, we use the median rent. But unfortunately, most of the municipality have no available data from the CMSC. So we use the PVSC data. For that reason, it's lagging behind, and it's look like a very just below the, which is actually in the right now in the market.
And one of the reasons why we're looking to update the process going forward is a part of the challenges that we noticed in the data available and the collection process itself. So those are things that we're hoping that going forward, since this is our very first time, we would continue to improve the process and help improve the data collection and the data that's available to really help us get to where we are. And again, just like you said, the median rent is also something that's used. And in this case, we were challenged in terms of having median rent available for Lunenburg. So we kind of had to pivot to average rent, which is what we were able to get from all the sources that we have.
Councillor Hubley.
I'm wondering if you can clarify. I understood during the presentation that the average rent that was used was based from 2021 information, not current. Is that correct?
Yes, because there is always a data lag in terms of time period with regard to the data that was available and the analysis. There is, for most data sources, there is probably almost a year, or in some cases even 2 years of data lag between when the data is collected and when we can actually really use it.
Deputy Mayor Roigel.
Thank you. So you kind of answered my question. So are you saying that the data for the rent was actually data that had been collected in 2018 and 2019, and that's the data that you were using?
It's very likely it's going to be that far back, maybe 2021, 2020, 2021. But again, it's like a year old, like 2 years old, and even if you look at the date now, it's almost like 3 years, right? So there is always that gap in data collection.
Supplemental?
Supplementary, Deputy Mayor Roigel.
Thank you. So would it not have then been more prudent to actually contact renters in the area? I know it would have taken a longer time than looking at papers, but would it not have been, a better picture to actually find out from renters or from those that own rental apartments what they were charging at the time? Even glancing in newspapers could let you know what the rent for a particular area was going at that time.
That's a very good question, and I think that's a good approach. However, there are lots of challenges to that in terms of really making that happen. Resources and timing, and the fact that we're looking at data across the province. We were doing for 49 municipalities, and we had a certain budget to even work with. And even we already have existing bodies that have staff and resources to do this kind of work, which is like CMHC and even StatScan. So it's really going to be an uphill task for an individual or a two-man team to do what the whole department of the federal government has been doing for years. So, like I said earlier, one of the things we're trying to do now is to, going forward, find ways of really reaching out to the municipalities and begin to collect some of that data directly so that we can at least get much more reliable, timely data as best as we can from the municipalities. And that takes a lot of time.
Councillor Vino.
Thank you. I'm going to come at you with the same kind of questions. You mentioned it would be an uphill task to do and approach this way, but it would be necessary because the numbers that you put forth, I'm not a betting person, but I know they're incorrect as somebody who has been in the rental market for several years as a renter. Your chart that is included in the agenda package lists a 3-bedroom in 2021 at $841. I think that's even low for a studio or 1-bedroom, which tend to start over at the $1,000 mark. So while it might take more time, if you're basing numbers on what you presented us here today with, we're not headed in the right direction because we don't have those numbers right from the get-go. So, thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think my question might actually be for modal staff. It's concerning the Housing Accelerator Fund, which I noticed there's a fair portion in your report that that surrounds the Housing Accelerator Fund. Within the report, it says that in order to apply, you would need a housing needs assessment such as this one. And I'm wondering if we already produced one internally, and if that'll be presented to council.
So Jeff, do you want to comment on the embargoed housing assessment?
Yeah, so our housing needs report is this report that was done. At the time, we did have an embargo copy of that, and the province allowed us to use that as part of our CMHC half application, which, important to note, we were unsuccessful, unfortunately, in receiving that application or that funding. But this is the report that was in there, and had we been successful, one of the conditions would have been that we would agree to update our housing needs assessment.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
So I guess I would also like to comment, and thank you for your presentation. I recognize that this is a snapshot in time, and that time has passed. It really has. We are moving faster than anyone ever could have imagined. 2021 is nowhere near reflective of what's happening in our community in 2024. And when I look at, one of the comments was that the 750 units that was estimated to be needed by 2027 was based on a status quo. What does status quo development mean? Can you define that?
So by status quo development, we mean that whatever the current base is, like whatever the current number is, in terms of the number of permits that are issued yearly. Also what we did was we kind of took the average of a 3-year period to kind of determine kind of the pace of construction currently, or the pace of permit issuance by the municipality. That's what we mean by status quo.
So we have some large developments happening here in our municipality right now. We have roughly 500 units that will be opened up here within the next few years in Osprey Village with FH Development, and a unit which is actually 250 units, so will be opened here in the next, some of it in the next months, others in the next year. And I don't know if that's reflected in that number that you're using, or if it's not reflective. And there's proposals for developments with over 1,000 units here based on infrastructure acceptance type thing, if we can get the dollars for the infrastructure to be put in place. So I guess I'm just wondering, are any of the projections in here, or any of the actual developments that are currently undergoing in here with these projections for 2027, because you're using 2027, but you're cutting off at 2021 for the information? Because I think we're growing a lot faster than what this is even anticipating.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you, and that's one of the reasons I provided that context at the onset to explain some of the challenges that this data process might have, and the fact that it's a point-in-time data, and we understand that there will be data lag as well, which is one of the challenges we have. And that's part of the reasons we're hoping that we can begin to work with municipalities and be able to get that information directly, so that we can really quickly transform that and integrate it into the data process or the analysis process that we have, to ensure that the information or the outcome is as close as possible to what's really happening on the ground.
And I do want to echo what my colleagues have said in relation to the rent. That rent, even pre-COVID, I don't know how far you'd have to go back to find a 3-bedroom house for that amount. So it really is not reflective of what's happening today or in the last few years in our municipality. And like I said, I understand that this is a snapshot in time, but again, we're moving fast. Are there any other questions, comments? If not, I want to thank you for your presentation and look forward to seeing the results after the next census.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to all members of council for having us this morning. We've taken notes, and hopefully we'll begin to integrate some of those into our work going forward. And we'll be reaching out to the municipalities as well for that data collection piece. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Thank you very much.
the next thing on our agenda is business arising from the minutes. And at the last two council meetings, there were a list of different items raised by residents during public input. I would like to take this opportunity to provide some information in response to these questions. In response to comments about the property tax rebate, I would note that MODL's program is open to all primary residences in the municipality. A homeowner's eligibility and size of rebate is scaled to help those in the biggest financial difficulties. It's important to realize that the property tax is regressive. This means that the more of the burden of the tax falls on the lower income households. Progressive tax systems are organized so that there is relief for the households that can least afford to pay. Property tax rebates based on income reduce the regressive nature of the property tax. According to provincial statistics, the average residential tax burden in MODL is just over 2% of the household income. While this tax burden is low on average, because the property tax is regressive, some low-income households with high assessed values bear an unfair share of the tax burden. In this year's budget, Council significantly increased both the budget and the eligibility of the tax rebate to offer targeted and fair relief to households based on their ability to pay. Our program is broad-based to reach the most households possible. The maximum household income to qualify for the program is $51,000. With a median income of approximately $60,000 in our municipality, close to half of all households are eligible for the rebate. This means our rebate program is one of the most robust, broad-based, and progressive programs in the entire province, and one that delivers much-needed relief fairly across residents who are least able to contribute towards municipal services. In response to the questions regarding a farm on the border of Bridgewater and MODL, I would like to make it clear that MODL does not own any of the parcels of land in question. I understand that some of the land is owned by the Bridgewater Public Service Commission and some is owned by the provincial government. MODL works hard to support the agriculture sector through initiatives like Agriculture Day and the Food Hub. In response to the questions regarding toilet facilities in Mushamush Beach Park, the current facilities are outdated and not accessible. While portable toilets can provide appropriate services in some settings, there are no mobile toilets on the market that meet the accessibility standards set out by the Provincial Accessibility Act for the built environment. Council considered a range of options for the washroom facilities, including flush toilets with power, water, and septic, but determined best value for money was the Volt toilet options. In response to municipal election questions, a key element of elections process and security is the voters list. MODL voters list is created using provincial voting data and updated continuously through the election lead-up and during the voting period. Voters are verified using the voters list, their date of birth, and a unique PIN. The system is regularly audited to ensure that the PINs cannot be reused. There are capacities for the e-voting system to identify irregularities where an individual may be attempting to vote using multiple identities. For security purposes, the details of this are not shared. Further questions on the system of voting can be directed to the municipality's returning officer or the CAO. Regarding relief funds for Ukrainians, as noted in the minutes of March 8, 2022, council meeting, $10,000 of relief was provided to the Red Cross for the purpose of humanitarian relief. The Red Cross maintains extensive information on their website related to accountability and transparency for donations. I would encourage anyone skeptical of integrity of the Red Cross to review this information and pursue those concerns directly with the charitable organization. Regarding questions related to procurement, MODL's procurement policy requires that municipal representatives minimize the municipality's cost of acquiring goods and services while obtaining best value and to follow leading procurement practices. MODL adopted the procurement policy based on a provincial model policy for procurement. The model policy sets out a preference for standing offers and then provides alternate approaches where a standing offer doesn't exist. MODL staff regularly make use of the provincial and other standing offer lists, but are cognitive of assessing whether standing offers provide best value in terms of price and quality. Section 22A of the purchasing policy permits a preference for local bidders. Buy local applies on purchases of goods up to $25,000 and up to $50,000 for services. Beyond those thresholds, trade agreements limit council's ability to use a buy local preference. I would also note that specific requests for quotations raised during questions was not awarded due to personal complications with the property owner, in accordance with regular processes for managing dangerous and unsightly properties. There were also questions about policies for the purchase of EVs. As part of our climate change action plan, council has begun to pursue the electrification of our municipal fleet to help achieve the goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. This plan represents a measured approach to do our part in addressing the global emissions challenge. With respect to the particular items raised about the municipal fleet, I have asked the CAO to provide council with a more detailed review of the purchasing processes used to procure the municipality's electric vehicles and the administration of buy local provisions. In response to questions about conflict of interest, it's important for me to note that concerns about a possible conflict of interest in procurement are taken very seriously. Where there is a financial interest for a staff or a council member or a member of their family in relation to a purchase, that individual does not participate in any part of the procurement process or decision-making for that purchase. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest any form of unethical procurement behavior on the part of any director of this municipality. There were some implications of possible criminal activity by a member of the public at the council meeting. If there was found a concern about possible criminal activity, this would immediately be referred to the RCMP for proper investigation. Unfounded allegations of criminality are defamatory and will not be tolerated in the council chamber. With respect to concerns about possible violations of code of conduct, issues can be raised at any time by members of the public or council members by putting those concerns in writing to me, serving as the head of council. I would also like to add at this time that MODL has a set of committed and hardworking staff members. Their service to the good of the community has been evident to me in many years on this council. Finally, on this subject, I would note that the provincial government is in the process of amending and enhancing the MGA with respect to the Code of Conduct items. We expect improved clarity and better process on the authority of councils with respect to codes of conduct. I look forward to those developments. One citizen requested a review by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. MODL works hard to provide a wide range of engagement opportunities for citizens and staff are prompt and thorough in providing information in response to inquiries from the public. Citizens are, of course, free to contact the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the application of the Municipal Government Act. Finally, with respect to the assertion that Council often makes decisions unanimously. As the head of Council, I work hard to find compromise and common ground. Wherever possible, finding consensus on subjects leads to better quality decisions and a stronger working relationship at the Council table. I take great pride in the level of review, discussion, and engagement that takes place not only at the Council table, but in committees of the whole Council, such as Policy and Strategy and Finance, and also in more specialized committees like Planning Advisory Committee, the Fire and Emergency Services Committee, our Dangerous and Unsightly Premises Committee. The coastal protection issue is an excellent example of how this Council and its committees have engaged in spirited and detailed debate on difficult issues. While there is a wide range of positions represented at the table, I commend Council for its in-depth public discussion on this complex and important subject. As a Council, we welcome respectful public engagement and discourse on municipal government issues. Our citizens have a wide range of options for engaging with the District of Lunenburg. I would continue to encourage residents with specific questions to reach out directly to their council member, myself, or the CAO, and we would be happy to provide you with that information. So I have asked our CAO to go through the process on the electric vehicles. So Tom, if you would do that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, given our time constraints today, I will be addressing the questions revolving around the purchase of the EVs, and then I will bring similar comments back to Council at a future meeting with respect to the Procurement Act, the buy local provisions, and the supplier registry. But I am noting that it is 20 after 10, and we haven't gotten our 10:15 presentation yet, and we have a second presentation at 10:30. Apologize in advance for the dryness of this report, but it's about procurement, and it's not exciting. So a member of the public has raised questions regarding the purchase of electric vehicles, suggesting that there have been no tenders for several large ticket items like a $125,000 vehicle. A member of the public has also asked about the source of the direction from Council to electrify the fleet. The Mayor's request that I address both of these items. So on the issue of the public procurement, first it's important to note that the public procurement process involves several different methods of procurement, all of which are described in our purchasing and tendering policy. And these include the traditional tender, the public tender, the selective tender, the open tender, standing offers, requests for proposals, requests for quotations, two-phase bids, and alternative procurement practices. The second point I'd like to make from the beginning is that the absence of a tender does not necessarily mean that the purchasing and tendering policy was not followed, as the policy permits methods of procurement beyond tendering. On the issue of Council's direction to electrify the fleet. So the direction from Council to electrify MODL's fleet of vehicles is found in a number of sources, including the approved capital budgets, Council motions, and the Local Climate Change Action Plan 2030. So we'll start with the 2021-2022 capital budget. So that budget included $80,000 for an electric vehicle for the engineering department. On July 28, 2021, staff reserved a 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning And this was noted and is noted in our September 2021 variance report. Although the capital budget called for the purchase of an EV for the engineering department, staff identified a more urgent need for a new vehicle in the planning and development services for building inspectors. We would normally purchase motor vehicles through a provincial standing offer, but in 2021-2022, car dealers were not providing pricing for EVs as part of the provincial standing offer. The purchasing and tendering policy at section 19.11.1.1 permits the municipality to use alternative procurement where an unforeseen situation of urgency exists and the goods cannot be obtained in time by means of open procurement. In 2021, there was a notable shortage of EVs in the marketplace coupled with long delivery dates, and these were primarily as a consequence of the COVID-19 virus and epidemic and subsequent orders from the province, and generally worldwide. Given the lack of EV pricing on the provincial standing offer and challenges in the marketplace as it related to the purchase of EVs, on February 22nd, 2022, staff sought council approval to implement an alternative purchasing process in which we would provide specification sheets to dealers who had EVs on their lot with a request that they provide us with quotes for the EVs that met the specifications. As the EV would be used for building inspection services, which would include fire inspection, the specification sheet included the requirement for all-wheel drive and suitable ground clearance. Given the timing of the request to council, as it related to the budget process, so it was 2 to 3 months before budget approval, staff also requested that council grant pre-budget approval for the purchase of a second EV at a cost of up to $80,000 plus HST. On February 22nd, 2022, council passed a motion granting permission for staff to implement the proposed alternative procurement process. Council also passed a motion authorizing the CAO to make the procurement decision in the purchase of an EV for the Planning and Service Department at a value up to $80,000 plus HST, with the monies coming from the engineering 2021-2022 capital budget. Council also passed a motion authorizing the CAO to make the procurement decision with pre-budget approval for the purchase of a second EV up to $80,000 plus HST. Council approval having been granted, staff contacted dealers that had EVs on their lots and provided them with a specification sheet. Staff sought bids from Steel South Shore, O'Regan's Hyundai, Volvo of Halifax, Moser Motors, O'Regan's Toyota, O'Regan's Subaru, Forbes Kia, and Steel Volkswagen. Staff received responses from Steel South Shore, Volvo of Halifax, and Moser Motors, confirming that they had EVs available in a timeline from 1 week to 6 months that met our specifications. Based on the responses, it was determined that the Ford Mach-E and the Volvo XC40 Recharge met the specifications and were available within 1 week for purchase. On March 3rd, 2022, the 2021 Ford Mach-E was purchased from South Shore Chevrolet at a total cost of $69,026.14 plus HST, and this total cost included an additional warranty at a price of $2,653. On March 31st, 2022, the 2022 Volvo XC Recharge was purchased from Volvo of Halifax at a total cost of $79,168 plus HST, which included $3,023 for Volvo increased protection warranty. So that's the source from the 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023 capital budget. The second item that I reference is the Local Climate Action Plan. So on November 8th, 2022, Council adopted our Local Climate Change Action Plan, which is a 10-year strategic action plan that guides MODL towards achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The Local Climate Action Plan 2030 is available on our website for viewing. The plan meets the requirements of the Partners for Climate Protection Program's milestones 2 and 3. The Community Climate Action Plan focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions within the boundaries of MODL, as well as building a climate-resilient community. The Corporate Climate Action Plan focuses on reducing GHG emissions that are directly controlled by MODL, such as municipal operations and vehicles. The plan includes a number of corporate climate actions, including the replacement of our 8 municipal gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles. With the adoption of the Local Climate Action Plan, Council effectively provided staff with direction under the Corporate Climate Actions item to replace our 8 municipal gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles. And now in the 2023-2024 capital budget, the direction provided to staff to replace our gas-powered vehicles with EVs in the local climate action plan is reflected, or was reflected, in the 2023-2024 capital budget. As was previously the case, provincial standing offer still did not include dealer pricing for EVs. There continued to be shortage of EVs in the local market, and long delivery dates continued to be the norm. And consequently, we once again requested that Council approve an alternative purchasing process in which we would provide specification sheets to dealers who had EVs on their lot with a request that they provide us with quotes for the EVs that met the specifications. The proposed 2023-24 capital budget included the purchase of EVs for planning services and the engineering department. On January 24th, 2023, staff requested that Council provide pre-budget approval for the purchase of 3 EVs, permit staff to use an alternative procurement process, and secure quotes from vendors as we had done previously, and that Council authorize the CAO to make their procurement decision in the purchase of the EVs for planning services and engineering department up to a total cost of $315,000 plus HST for all 3 vehicles. On January 24th, 2023, Council approved the request, thereby providing the CAO with the authority to purchase 3 EVs up to a total cost of $315,000 plus HST. Staff reviewed the EV trucks that were available on the market provincially and locally and determined that the Ford F-150 Lightning was the most suitable EV truck for our requirements and the only EV truck available locally. Staff contacted GW Mosier Motors Limited and was advised that that business had been allocated 3 Ford F-150 Lightnings. The Ford F-150 Lightnings that allocated to Mosier Motors Limited were the Lariat series. 1 Ford F-150 Lightning came with Equipment Group 510A, which suited the needs of the planning services and building inspectors. And one came with Equipment Group 511A, which included the tow technology package, which suited the requirements of the engineering department. On January 26, 2023, staff purchased the Ford F-150 Lightning, Equipment Group 511A for the engineering department at a total purchase price of $116,590 plus HST, which included $2,750 for a premium care 5-year, $120,000 kilometer warranty. On June 23, 2023, staff purchased the Ford F-150 Lightning Equipment Group 510A for planning services at a total purchase price of $97,854.11 plus HST, which also included the $2,750 for a premium care 5-year, $120,000 kilometer warranty. Staff reviewed the Nova Scotia market for EVs for planning services and initially could not locate any suitable EVs in the province, so they reached out to car dealers in Ontario to see what was available in that province. While conducting these discussions, staff continued to survey the Nova Scotia market for a suitable EV and identified a used 2022 Volvo XC40, which had 15,427 kilometers, in a dealership in HRM, Carson Exports. As previously noted, in 2022, staff had determined that the Volvo XC40 met the required specifications, and since acquiring the vehicle, staff had been very pleased with its performance. On January 31st, 2023, staff purchased a 2022 Volvo XC40 used from Carson's Exports at a cost of $70,499 plus HST. Council provided the CAO with the authority to purchase 3 EVs up to a total cost of $315,000 plus HST, and the total cost of the 3 EVs purchased amounted to $284,943.11 plus HST, which was within the spending authority granted to the CAO by Council. In the 2024-2025 capital budget, so that's the current budget that was just passed in April, a member of the public has stated that the budget has at least $500,000 of wasteful expenditures around EV vehicles. The 2024-25 capital budget does not include the purchase of any electric vehicles. In other words, there is no money in the 2024-2025 capital budget for EVs. I suspect that the reference to the spending is in relation to the 5-year capital plan, which is included in our capital budget. The 5-year capital plan does include the purchase of EVs in year 2, which is 25-26, year 3, 26-27, and year 4, 27-28. but these potential purchases must be approved by the council of the day each year. It is a 5-year capital plan which we are required to provide as part of our financials. But other than the first year which is approved, no future council is necessarily bound to follow the acquisitions in those years under the capital budget. So in other words, although the 5-year capital plan includes the purchase of EVs in the 25-26 capital budget, the council of the day must decide whether or not to purchase the EVs, and that approval process must take place each year as part of the budgeting process. So in summary form, that is the history of how we've acquired the EVs that are currently in our fleet. It includes the direction given by council to staff to electrify the fleet, and the motions that were passed by council approving the alternative procurement processes, setting budget limits, and providing authorization for those purchases. So at a future council meeting, I will comment for council and the public on the procurement, the buy local provisions, and the procurement supplier registry. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know we are past our time, and I'm looking at Angela right now, but we are going to take a 10-minute break and then come back. We are going to resume our council meeting. And I would like to start by 8.2 Region 6 Kahoot, and we have Angela Taylor with us, who is the education coordinator. And I'm looking for her, and she left her seat. Oh, there she is. I thought you abandoned us. Please, oh, she's trying to give you a voice.
Perfect.
So welcome.
Thank you so much for inviting me here this morning. So again, my name is Angela Taylor, the Education Coordinator for Region 6 Solid Waste Management. So we just provide solid waste education, programs, and resources for 12 municipalities, including the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. So today we're going to play a little game, Kahoot. So for those of you who are not familiar, Kahoot is an online trivia game, and it's just one of the resources that I've been utilizing the past 6 months to kind of just engage with residents, community groups, but also in particular high school students and middle school, because they can be quite challenging. So this is just a fun way that we can interact with them, have some friendly competition, and make learning about garbage fun. So that's what we're going to do here this morning. Before we get started, because some of you might never have played before, I just want to make you aware of what you should be expecting. So if you look on the screen right now, what's going to happen is you're going to go to a web address on your mobile device, laptop, iPad, whatever you have, kahoot.com, Kahoot.com. People in the audience, please feel free to play along if you'd like. On the top right-hand corner, once you go to Kahoot.com, you're going to see on the top right, Join Game. So you're going to press that. It's going to ask you for a PIN. I will provide you the PIN once we get started. But before we do, what's going to happen is you're going to put in the PIN. It's going to ask you for a player identifier. So you can use your name if you want, the district that you're representing, anything that you want to put in there. Next, it's going to ask for a nickname. So that's the name it's going to show on the scoreboard. So again, you can use your real name, you can use the district that you're representing, whatever you want to put in there. Then what's going to happen is the question is going to pop up on the screen. It's not going to show up on your mobile device. So this is where it can get a bit tricky. So you're going to have a question that's going to be multiple choice, true or false. And I think I have one in there that's a scale. So you're going to slide the scale to the number of the answer that you want to provide. What you're going to see on your mobile device is what you see there. It's either a red triangle, a blue diamond, a yellow circle, or a green square. So you're just going to correlate your answer that you see on the screen to one of those shapes or colors, whichever is easier for you. Are there any questions before we begin? Yeah.
Just want to make sure that everybody is set up, so.
No. Wait 1 minute. Okay. Anybody knows me, so.
There's an app for this too.
There is an app that you can download.
Kahoot.it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I haven't given the PIN yet. So we're all ready. We're at the enter PIN phase. Excellent. Okay. So I'm going to host the game. This might take a few seconds. My internet has been slow this morning. So once this loads, a pin will pop up, and then that's what you're gonna enter as the pin. Okay, get ready to join. The pin is 6379022. 6379022. People popping in already, that's good. And I will mention too, I do have a prize for the winner. If there's multiple winners, I'll just leave it here for you to decide who gets what. But so no one feels left out, I did bring with me today some litter bags in celebration of Earth Day. So these are for your vehicle. So you just snap them on the headrest of in your car, and you use it as a little garbage bag. So there is one of these for everybody. You can put in your regular name, a nickname, whatever you want to put in there, but it's the name that's going to show on the scoreboard. So be careful. And I will mention to you, you have 30 seconds to answer the question. I will read the questions out to you and then provide the multiple choice answers so you don't have to keep looking back and forth. Hopefully it makes it a bit easier. Yeah.
Is there benefit to answering first?
No, there's not. It's
Because in school, the kids are.
Oh, in school it is.
Yeah, this is the quickest. This is, just get the answer correct. The benefit, you're gonna get more points for getting the answer correct. And so these questions were generated, I did use specifically the solid waste management of your area specifically, so hopefully these are pretty easy. But it's just a good way to, gauge people's knowledge, especially before I do a presentation to a community group. It's a good icebreaker just to see where everyone's at with waste management, and then I can just focus on specific areas. Is everyone logged in? Excellent. Let's get started. Remember, you got 30 seconds. Your first question. Where do you place a takeout cup? So if you think garbage, press red, recycling, blue, paper, yellow, compost, green. Where do you place a takeout cup? Coffee cup, Subway, Tim Hortons. There's only one. Yeah, there are two parts. We're looking for the cup, not the lid. Does that help? Oh, okay. Well, 15. Yeah, that's good. Garbage is correct. The cup goes into the garbage. The lid you can recycle. It's clean and it's plastic. Okay, one.
It's the line there.
So here's the scoreboard so far. District 1 in the lead.
So it is time. It is time.
True or false is the next one. You must remove the plastic from a tissue box before you recycle it. Do you think that's true or false? You must remove the plastic from a tissue box before you recycle it. You get 8 seconds. This is another trick question. Interesting. So you don't have to remove the plastic from tissue boxes. You don't have to remove the plastic windows off of envelopes. We just ask that you put it in your paper bin. I will. Is this recorded? Could you show her this after? No. District 1. Still in the lead. Okay, the next is going to be multiple choice. What waste stream do you place a milk carton? This was one of the most common questions I get about milk cartons. All milk cartons. Do you put it in the garbage? Do you put it in recycling, paper, or compost? Oh, good. Yes, recycling. So we can recycle all milk cartons. It doesn't matter the type of packaging it comes in. We can recycle it. Look at the scoreboard. Ooh, RS has moved up. The District 1 still in the lead. No. What waste stream do you place a glass jar? Glass jars go into garbage, recycling, paper, or compost. 18 seconds. And no, milk cartons are not refundable, but we do recycle them. Okay, they've never mentioned that? Like, oh, really? So yes, all glass jars are recycled. Please make sure that they're clean. Ooh, Casey's on fire. She's coming for District 1. Next is multiple choice. What is the concept of reduce in waste management? Throwing everything away, recycling everything, minimizing consumption, or to increase your waste. So what do you think the concept of reduce? So I teach the kids reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce is the most important R. Yay! Perfect. Let's see, the scoreboard moves. Oh, hanging on strong, District 1. What year did recycling become law in Nova Scotia? 1995, 1996, 2000, or 2001? Come on, Casey, I know you know this. It is. 1996 is when the law came into the province. Yeah. We've been recycling a long time here in Nova Scotia. Let's see. Oh no, Casey. On fire. Come join our team. Okay, true or false? A dirty pizza box can go into your paper bag. Dirty pizza box. 12 seconds. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. False. So dirty pizza boxes, we want that in your compost. When it comes to paper, if it's clean, we want it recycled. If it's dirty, we want it in the compost. Let's take a look. Oh, District 1's coming up for Casey. Garbage goes into what color bag? Black bag, a blue bag, a clear bag, or an orange bag? So what color bag do you put your garbage in? I do notice some black bags lying in the garbage here. I'll just say, and it could be right, it could be wrong. Clear. So all garbage is to be put in a clear bag. Residents are allowed the one black bag allowance for privacy items. Oh, Casey stays in the lead. You'll only get a couple more questions. So this is the slider. How many tires are recycled each year in Nova Scotia? So slide it to the number. How many tires do you think we recycle every year in Nova Scotia? You get 10 seconds. Oh, just wait. Oh, did you? Let's see. Oh. Perfect. It's around 1.2 million, but yes, around over 1 million tires we recycle every year in the province of Nova Scotia. Oh, ooh, River. Oh. Staff is coming. What is the concept of reuse in waste management? Minimizing consumption, throwing everything away, using items again, or recycling everything? Reduce, now we have reuse, second R. Using items again, yes, because first we want to reduce the amount of waste that we're creating, and then we want to reuse as much as we can over and over again. Casey's on fire. Where does pet waste go? It's not on the trails, I can tell you that. Garbage, recycling, paper, or compost. Well, not so much anymore. It's pretty much the same. It used to be, depends on where you live, but now it's all pretty much the same. Garbage. All pet waste. Oh, you gotta be quick. You got 30 seconds. So all pet waste is garbage. District 1's coming up in second. Last question. What is the concept of recycle in waste management? Burning waste, using items again, throwing everything away, or processing used materials. There's that last R, reduce, reuse, recycle. So it's just processing the used materials. So again, if we look at the reducing waste, reusing what we can, and then what we have left over, making sure that we are recycling as much as we can. And I'll just mention, we should never be burning waste. That is illegal. So let's see. Michelle's in third. District 1 is in second. And the winner. And Casey is the winner. Congratulations. So, you get the prize. How would you feel? A lot of goodies in there for you. So maybe, yeah, there's lots of goodies in there. So thank you again so much for inviting me in here this morning. Oh, you're very welcome. It's just a fun way to engage with everybody, and when you're learning about waste, because sometimes it can be dry and not as entertaining, and this is just a fun way to get the messages out there. So thank you again.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. On procurement. Yeah. Okay, next on the agenda is 8.3, and we have Department of Public Works. We have Mitchell Conrad with us. And we also have Josh Upland. And we do have some questions. I believe these have been provided to you, and there's a couple other ones that I have added, but they won't be too difficult, I don't think.
Excellent.
So,
thank you very much.
Please, if you could introduce Josh as well.
Absolutely. So, as the mayor mentioned, my name is Mitchell Conrad. Previously, I was the area manager here, and now I am the director for Western Region, and I brought with me Josh.
Yeah, Josh Upham, the new area manager of the Department of Public Works for Lunenburg and Queens counties.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, I believe the first question, well, you don't have to introduce yourselves again. 2024-2025 Public Works plan to maintain and repair roads, as well as the plan to repair and replace bridges and culverts in MODL. And one that I will speak to further is the Walls Lake Road Bridge replacement, the bridge in Clearland, Charles Hill Road completion, Cornwall Road, East Clifford Road repair, Crescent Beach entrance, which everyone has seen, thank you, and it's a lovely job, and Sperry's Beach Road.
So for the Wild Lake Road bridge replacement, that was originally turned over to our construction division. Recently it has been sized and turned over to the maintenance department. So that's part of this year's RIM, Rural Impact Mitigation Plan. So it still has to go out to tender, so there's no definite timeline on it yet, but it is expected to take place this year.
So how will Department of Fisheries impact the replacement of that bridge and the timeline associated with being able to do that work, for those that don't understand this?
So we work hard to work with all of our government partners, including fisheries. Of course, sometimes that can be challenging. It's not something that we haven't been able to overcome in the past, but the permitting process can affect timelines. We're still in the early phases of this project to be able to say for sure how much of an impact that will have, but it's scheduled for this year.
So I guess this isn't only affecting residents on the Walls Lake Road. We're hearing from people who live on the Levi Heb Road whose properties are underwater and their basements are flooding because of the elevation of the lake right now, as well as people on the 325 side who is substantially underwater as well. So that's the main outflow of this lake.
Yeah.
And I know that there had been someone in to remove sticks and debris from beavers and other things as well. But this is definitely a priority item to make sure that this is done, and the water level has to be low for fisheries, correct?
So we just actually have to work in the dry, so we're able to do damming as needed to be able to work in the dry to replace structures like this. But you are right, water levels are high in the pond. We have seen beaver activity in the area, which of course can be challenging. Last time I spoke with our supervisors, we still did have some flow through this culvert, so we're optimistic that things will go well, but we are aware that there's concerns elsewhere in the area.
Okay, continue.
So the Clearland Bridge, as of right now, still waiting on designs and alignments to come back on it. So it is something that's on our radar as a priority. But as of right now, we're still waiting for some information to come back before we'd be able to move forward with the timeline.
So that one still is in the early phases. We've got it currently scheduled for a couple years out still because there is design work that needs to take place. We're fortunate that we are able to have it open to one lane as it is now, so lots of priorities there to work with.
And Charles Hill Road? Oh, sorry, I'll go back. Councillor DeLong.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, it took a real beating in that flood that we had in July. So how did it weather the winter? Is it still stable? Do you feel it'll be usable for you say it'll take years for this design?
So design work does take some time. We typically see, 1 to 2 years in the design process, alignments, if there's any property acquisition that might be needed, those all come into play. But we do have bridge inspectors on staff that regularly check on it, and we've had no concerns so far.
So Charles Hill Road, that was work from last year that did end up carrying over, so there's a contractor already in place to complete the work. The contractors are expected to schedule work at their own discretion, so we've strongly encouraged them to start with the carryover work as soon as possible. Again, we don't have an exact timeline when that work is supposed to start, but liquidated damages will be in place for the contractors, so they have been encouraged to move forward with that as soon as possible. And the Cornwall Road. Cornwall Road is a high priority future candidate for double chip seal application.
We understand that it is in rough shape. We've got some substantial work planned for Newburn Road in the area, and some patchings. We'll be doing some pothole patching and things on Cornwall Road, but it is a high priority candidate for us in the coming years.
So double chip is still a product that you're using on?
We do have some applications throughout the district where we use it. It's not an extensive program, but it is a solution that's available to us for roads specifically like this. It would be, the work would involve, drainage infrastructure replacement, an application of gravel, and then a chip seal product on top.
So it'd be a complete rebuild first. Councillor Greek.
Thank you. This is a road I hear about very, very often. The last several years, residents were told it would be done in the 2024-2025 year, and it was on the 5-year plan the last several years for this coming year. It's disappointing it's moved out without a timeline. That's just a future year project.
Well, So of course it is challenging to commit to specific times, and as is the case where things do occasionally get shuffled around, but it would be our top local priority. So we currently are working with this year. We haven't finalized planning for example, next year, but it would be our top priority in future years. So.
Councillor DeLong.
So I didn't know that you still did the double chip seal. Is that something that you would apply to other gravel roads, or is it not something that you're expanding?
It's not something that gets expanded to our gravel roads. It's a treatment that is available to us for specific roads that are existing double chip seal, or perhaps like a sand seal if possible. But there is some planning work that goes into whether or not it would be a suitable treatment for the road in question.
Supplementary, Councillor DeLong.
Thanks. Sorry, what's the difference between double chip seal and sand seal?
Sand seal is it was a dust suppressant that was applied to the road many years ago. It was like kind of like a layer of tar sprinkled with some sand, and after it had been applied over and over for many years in a row, it looks just like asphalt, but it's not. Double chip seal is a product specifically designed to be applied on top of a gravel road, which does provide some riding surface and a minimal strength, but the gravel road base is still there.
Okay, continue.
So for the East Clifford Road, as of right now, East Clifford Road is scheduled for regular maintenance. I understand that there's some pothole patching that needs to commence, which we do have on our radar that we're going to move through after addressing some main high priority areas. I'm aware that patching also took place last year, and there was graveling that took place in the last few years, so we don't have it scheduled for any capital upgrades right now, but regular maintenance is a high priority for us.
Councillor Hubley.
I'm happy with regular maintenance. I would love to see the double chip seal someday also. And I want to thank you for the early grading, because now the residents can now get home. So I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know next was Crescent Beach entrance, which has been reinstated as of April 19th, so thank you for the acknowledgement of that.
Good job on that.
Thank you. And Sperry's Beach Road, so my understanding is that we do own a small portion of Sperry's Beach Road, which we maintain. My understanding is also that the section of the road that's in question is actually owned by DNR since 1995, so it's something that would be not in our wheelhouse potentially.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you. So this one's me, Mitchell, as you know. DNRR says that this is definitely Department of Transportation, and they have maintained this road for many, many years. Department of Transportation seems to think that at least part of it is DNRR. I can't seem to get the two departments to talk to each other. And that road, like many, obviously, during the flooding, had some pretty severe impacts. There was also already just some rutting and some real damage that's happened to that road over, let's say, the last 2 years, but definitely the entrance to that road with the flooding. But it's heavily used in the summer, and it is seasonal, and people are already reaching out to me to say, how is this going to be addressed? And I'm feeling frustrated that it seems like we've got people pointing in opposite directions. So my hope is that you, in your new role as area manager, can reach out to someone at DNRR to find a way to work together, maybe, and get both sections of the road, depending on who's responsible for what, to have that addressed. And thank you very much for Crescent Beach. You guys were quick with that. I was there at one point that day, and then later it was done. So yeah, thanks.
Yes, well, and you're welcome for Crescent Beach. So that's not something I was aware of, so I certainly know.
Yeah, our real estate team did do extensive investigation on the file, so it wasn't something that was just, evaluated at our local office. We did have our Halifax real estate department look into the historical files for the road. So we are confident, but we're happy to work with DNR to convey that message.
So these were only a few road names that were put forward. Each and every councillor around this table has several roads in their districts that are gravel roads and that require significant upgrade. And I know that the graders are out in full force. The roads just opened.
Yeah.
So it's great to see the trucks and the equipment moving to address these issues. Having said that, the gravel road program this year, I believe, has been increased again in the provincial budget.
Yeah.
And wondering what roads in our municipality are on for a complete upgrade, what gravel roads?
So perhaps the best approach for this is that we could actually provide the municipality a list of roads taking place in their region, and then they can distribute it to the councillors. We
Okay.
weren't.
No, and I did, but I know that there's been significant upgrades too.
Yeah.
And I believe I gotta get it right, the Simone Road is being worked on currently.
Yes.
I think they didn't get it finished last
Yeah, that
year,
was
they're
one of the
working
ones.
on that one now?
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was carried over. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so the province does have a very robust gravel road program. We're fortunate for that, and we have an extensive gravel road network here that we're able to utilize that for to make significant and long-lasting improvements.
Public Works plans to address issue of secondary road access in areas that currently only have one way in and out.
So I can speak to this one. It is certainly a subject
Dead-end
that we've,
roads.
we've certainly a subject we've seen raised across the province by many municipalities. It's not something that the province is currently undertaking to provide secondary access for areas where there is only one way in and out. I think we saw during the floods that the province and our partners in industry, we certainly have capabilities to make extraordinary measures when need to be able to get people safely. But we don't have plans right now to expand our road network for what's needed to provide access to all the areas where there would only be one way in and out.
So one of these roads that came to my attention during the tropical storm season was at Green Bay.
Yeah.
And the ability to be able to get residents out of that area. And apparently there is a provincial road that, what is the name of it, please, Councillor Haysom?
The Richardson Road.
The Richardson Road, that does go from the Green Bay Road and comes out up on the top of the hill there by the church.
Yeah.
Is that a potential that could be looked at? I think, I understand the costing and trying to put roads out of dead-end roads and so on, but this exists.
Yeah, so I am familiar with this road. It is an unmaintained road, or it's an
Yes.
old road reserve, unmaintained. It's not something that the province is able to invest funds in to upgrade. We do have a permit process, though, that allows residents to be able to complete work in unmaintained road right-of-ways, for example, where communities may be able to go and cut back some trees or things like that, but the province isn't able to invest in the unmaintained roads.
Councillor Vino.
Thank you. I also have a keen interest in secondary exits, being the counselor for the Blue Rocks area. And as you're probably both aware, whenever we have major storms or even high wind storms, we lose access to that road because as you enter Blue Rocks, the storm surge comes up over the road, and I always call and say, we need a snowplow. In July? Yes. Residents are concerned right now because with the amount of debris that comes up, it's impassable if you're in a car because of the large rocks that come up. So knowing that we are heading back into storm season, just want to bring that to your attention that my residents are expressing concern with the rocks that are coming up over onto the road and the dispatch time for a snowplow to come down. And you might not be aware, because I don't know if you were around the table back in early 2000, but there was a meeting held by residents that looked at having an emergency exit off Enslow Road, which would go through the Lunenburg Commons, connecting to Heckman's Island. So that is there, and just wanted to bring that to your attention.
No, for sure. Certainly appreciate that. I think that did come across my desk in the last month or so. I do remember investigating it. Tremendous amount of private property involved in there, I think, as well. But I guess one thing to note is that our team and our forces, we provide an emergency service, and we have staff members on call 24 hours a day for work that's needed like this, whether it's a supervisor to dispatch employees or people close by the base for when there's an emergency. So we work hard to address them in that fashion as well.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Haysom.
My question isn't related to access roads, is that all right, or would you like me to wait?
I would like you to wait if it's a separate topic altogether, please. Down to Public Works plan for road signage replacements such as Samuel Oikel Road and East Clifford Road. And I guess we'll leave it at that for now, but that's I guess, when you drive throughout our municipality, community signage, directional signage. Some of them, I'm going to use the word disgraceful because they really, if we cannot afford to put a sign up, we should take down what's there because they really, some of them are not even legible.
So our supervisors do designate rounds to visit different areas to check on the signage, the condition of signage. In regards to those particular two roads, Samuel Oikel and East Clifford, so those signs are ordered as well as others. I can't speak on all of the exact roads, but we do have signs ordered that we plan to replace sometime in the very near future.
Thank you. And Public Works plan re-seawalls such as Rompke's Pond or near Rompke's Pond.
So
Yes, that was the preamble to the question that was just asked about secondary roads. That's the same area entering on the point, just for clarification.
Okay. So currently, we don't have any plans for work on seawalls in this area. I think there's Romkey Pond with Kingsburg Pond right beside it. Is that correct?
No.
Romkey.
Hurdles Pond,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, wrong. And it's one of those times where different residents might call it a different name, but it is the pond leading into Blue Rocks opposite the seawall that washes out that we have a plow come down to allow access.
Right, so in preparation for this meeting, we did look into some of this. Wasn't, we looked into the wrong Rompkey Pond apparently, but that's all right. We do have a fairly comprehensive shoreline protection program. We do, some years several $100,000 worth of shoreline protection in Josh's area here. So we're always looking for candidates, and we'll certainly look into that one as well for potential shoreline protection in the future.
And speed limit concerns, and how do residents raise concerns re speed limits and desire to have speed limits reduced?
Sure.
The traffic authority.
Yeah, so I can certainly speak to this one. Speed limits are something that we hear about a lot across the entire province. For provincial roads, speed limits are set by the speed that the traveling public is motoring at. We consider the average prudent driver to be driving safely, and so the summary version of how speed limits are set is that we would measure the speed of the average public, and that would be the speed in which the speed limit should be set at. We often hear that speed limits need to be reduced so that it's a greater level of enforcement available and things like that, but enforcement is outside of our wheelhouse. And in terms of residents bringing it forward, we encourage everyone to reach out to our contact center. The manager will do an initial assessment. It may go off to the traffic authority for a further assessment, but in summary, it's speeds are set by the traveling public on that road.
Councillor Haysom.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Mitchell, because you and I have spoken about this a number of times.
Yes.
My question is for you, if to contact the traffic authority or to have some kind of assessment done on a road where there's a majority of residents who really feel that the speed that's being traveled is not safe or is creating a danger in the community. What avenues do residents have other than calling the intake line that we all use regularly? Where should those concerns be directed? Because I'm feeling as though I'm not finding the right place for it to land when it's more than just an explanation of how those limits are set.
Right, so we certainly, we encourage all members of the public to reach out to our contact center. We do have an escalation process where, if they feel that their concerns haven't been met, they're certainly asked to have it escalated to a manager or myself as director. As well, as counselors, each one of you, I encourage any of you to reach out to the manager directly. That's something that we do offer as well, and I guess that's sort of the avenue. Our district traffic authority is it's an internal resource that provides support to the province, and we're not able to offer that service out for the public as well. So the manager will triage the request and prioritize it and work hard to come to a resolution that's helpful for everyone.
So the primary interest of council is on public works plan, on road repair and maintenance, as well as bridge and culvert replacements. The road referenced above are of interest to council members, but I guess, can you give us any type of overview on the major road work that is scheduled in our district for this year? I know that the Blue Rocks Road is, the J-Class Road carried over, and that is the Point Road, is being done now. But are there other major trunks routes scheduled for our municipality this year?
Yeah, so we have Route 210 taking place. We also have some paving, a little bit of paving on Route 331. Trunk 3, we've got some sections of Trunk 3 that are in your area as well. And Newburn Road's an extensive road that's taking place in your area.
Is the 210 the recapping of the piece that was done, or is there a new section being scheduled for the 210 from the Henley onward to the Queens County line?
We have...
I believe there's a second surface to go over that.
Yes, we do. We have a second. It was partially carried over from last year, so there's some work remaining on that section as well. And then I guess it would be helpful to send the complete list, but you know, we have Henley from Queens County line straight to Waterloo, and some of that was carried over, some of it's additional for this year.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. You had mentioned possible repaving Highway 331, certain sections. Do you have a block range of where those may be?
The work's taking place from Newell Road, which I think is the ice, is there an ice plant right there? Out towards Highway 103 Mill Village area, and they're going to do some isolated areas where we've seen signs of deterioration.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. First of all, about grading, especially I'm looking at grading J-class roads. Lots of times in my area, I have J-class roads, and what I get calls about is that they're graded, but they're grading bedrock. There's nothing, there's no gravel put on it to fill in. You're just taking it from the sides, bringing it in. The next rain washes it back out.
Yeah.
So is there any plans to put gravel on there, on some of them?
So for our J-class roads, we primarily do our critical service maintenance, things like grading and stuff. Adding substantial gravel would fall into a more of a capital improvement, which would get taken care of through our J-class program. You know, if there was like an isolated spot where there was a rock sticking out or something like that, we would be able to go in with some gravel, but in terms of a comprehensive upgrade, that would take place through the J-class program.
Okay. So, all the while I've sat here, and hope to continue sitting here, I've been told different things about crosswalks. When I first sat here, crosswalks we asked our engineering department to contact DOT, and you guys put the crosswalks in. I'm not talking sidewalks, I'm talking crosswalks. Is that the way it still does, or as a councillor, I contact DOT directly? I'm getting mixed.
You're always welcome to go with either avenue. You can contact us directly or work through your municipality. We have an evaluation process for crosswalks. It considers several things, including traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes, as well as existing pedestrian infrastructure. So, you know, if the request came to us, we would do an evaluation for you and determine if one is warranted.
Because when I did at first, crosswalks, the way it was explained to me, and none of the engineers that were here then are here now, that we asked the DOT, the problem is to put them in, but the municipality pays to put them in. And I'm talking crosswalks.
Yeah, so there is a cost share component to crosswalks.
Okay.
So, you know, municipality, I think, reimburses us a portion for painting of them, as well as depending on the work that was needed, like perhaps it was a crosswalk to be installed at a set of traffic lights that needed some concrete pads or things like that. the municipality may be responsible for that as well, but the department does the review and approval process.
Okay.
So there's a cost-sharing component to it.
Okay.
And each situation would be slightly unique.
All right, I have two more. May I?
Okay,
They're quick.
we were asked to submit our questions
I know.
prior to,
I
so
know.
I am not going to go around to everyone, so very quickly,
Okay.
please.
Highway 10, Phoenix Corner, where it flooded last year. Right now, when it's going to be paved, right? And the
Correct.
asphalt plant opens when?
I think asphalt plants have opened any day now.
Okay.
They're open now.
Yeah.
We are in the process of procuring the paving operation for that, so
Okay,
it is a priority
That's
for us.
great. I travel it every week, every day, and I like the fact that the gravel is filling in the holes, but by the time I come home from work, the gravel is gone.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a maintenance challenge for us, so we'd like to see it paved as quickly as possible.
And having said that, I will be quick. The Lower Branch Road, especially from New Germany down, but especially from, I'd say, Pinehurst Road, Vino Road, and the Wenzel Road down, took a real beating last year for 6 months with the heavier traffic, with trunk tank closed. Anything on the radar for that road, because the shoulders are terrible. Just before Turner Heights, there's a huge dip that if you meet somebody or a bus or something, someone's gonna get hurt. And I do have an email here of civic numbers and stuff that I have sent off to the DOT. I just tried to find it, but I can't. Anything gonna be done on the Lower Branch Road?
So, we certainly understand that there were a lot of roads impacted by the closure. There was traffic diverted in numerous areas. We'll be assessing all those this spring, and a supervisor will be out to review and then determine what abilities we have to make repairs to those roads which have been affected.
Okay, plus this particular spot was washed out during the flood.
Right.
So then it was fixed, but it looks like it's really caving in now, and I'm just very concerned about it. Thank you, I'm done.
Deputy Mayor Oikel.
I'm just wondering whether or not you have finished your list, because some of the things that I had asked haven't been answered yet.
Go ahead, I don't see anything else on my list.
Okay, so I had asked about if you could talk about the Laconia and Lapland Road, because I understand there's going to be some work done, but if you could kind of expand on that. And the road from Overhill out, towards Maple. That was one. And then also about the sides of the road going into Bridgewater from Victoria Ridge, because many people, I don't know if you're aware, do walk that as well as use walkers and scooters. And the road, the sides need to be fixed so that they can, not have to walk on the road, but rather walk on the side instead.
So, we didn't get those questions in advance, so perhaps maybe we could provide a comment on it afterwards.
Yeah, if you could provide that information, that would be great. I guess any reference to any upcoming maintenance or to roads, or I guess if you're doing complete overhauls on routes or trunks that we need to be aware of for our active transportation policy. We always look at that to see if it's something that we want to explore with paved shoulders at that time. So if you could definitely bring that information back to us. We will express our displeasure in not receiving any J-Class roads this year, and I have passed that on to other levels of individuals as well. This is the first year that we haven't received a J-Class road in our municipality to pave since we started paving J-Class roads, so. And I know that's a $2 million pot of money, but I think it may be time to add more money or to look at that program a little differently. And I think that in light of that, the correspondence that is coming back from the department in reference to J-Class roads, when a resident inquires, is that ask your municipality to prioritize the road. we do prioritize our roads, and we have had our engineering department prioritize our roads for us based on traffic count and businesses and a whole lot of other things that take part on J-class roads. And I guess we can only put in for them. They have to be awarded at another level.
Right. I can certainly appreciate that that may be frustrating. A lot of it is outside of our direct control, but you know, I can work with my team to maybe alter some of that messaging, because you're right, we're not in the business of getting in a finger pointing game here. So
No.
I can appreciate that concern.
And as well as maintenance on J-class roads, we still do pay a per kilometer amount for the maintenance on J-class road to keep them in a, I guess, state that people can travel on them. Last question, Councillor Vino.
It was on my list, but it affects everybody. I would love to have a little bit better communication about what's being done in our district. And I certainly don't expect you to email on an individual councillor basis, and you can't take the time every day to know what you're doing. But if it's something in the municipality, maybe just a general blanket email, whether it goes to Carolyn or to Tom or an admin assistant, they can make sure that we get it. And it would just, I know our residents would appreciate it, and we can share that information on your behalf. So it's a win-win for everybody if we can make sure that stuff being done is communicated. And
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah. No. So we're fairly capable of communicating significant capital work. That's something that would take place in the spring. We're doing it with our other elected officials and municipalities right now, so we can certainly communicate that. When it comes to the more day-to-day maintenance standards, that would most definitely be a challenge. We can work hard to do it, but there's a lot of what we do where you know, there's critical work that comes up and the priorities are adjusted constantly. But in terms of capital work and rim paving and things like that, that's something that we can certainly do.
Even if it's by season, like, these are roads that we're gonna tackle before the fall. It just gives our residents a heads up, and it goes a long way, because roads are definitely one of the top issues we hear, and we really don't have any control with a lot of it. So if we can be that direct avenue, being closest to the people in forms of level of government, residents would appreciate that, and would look good on Department of Public Works as well.
Definitely.
So thank you very much for coming in today, and hopefully we can do this on a quarterly basis.
Yes, sounds great.
And welcome, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you guys as well.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move down to 10-point recommendations from committees and boards. And 10.1.1, Food Vibes Riverport Pilot Project Operating Grant. And I would ask Councillor Wynot if he would be prepared to move that motion.
To Her Honor Mayor Paul Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and approve $5,000 from the annual operating grant fund and $5,000 from the Recreation, Parks, and Tourism operating budget to financially support and collaborate with Food Vibes Riverport on an innovative pilot project aimed to enhance community leadership, volunteerism, and social innovation. And I so move.
Moved by Councillor Wynot. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Haysom. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Vino.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question that has come across my desk, and it's probably something that staff could answer. Could you explain again where it's coming from in the budget so that you don't go over budget within your recreation that you presented and we approved during our special budget meeting? Thank you.
Director of Planning, Trudy Payne.
Oh, I think I change the title.
Director of Recreation.
That's all right.
Do you want planning too?
No, thanks. Yes, I'll be pleased to answer that question. So 5,000, as indicated in the motion, would come from the amount that's budgeted each year in the annual operating and major recreation capital grants. And the other 5,000 would come from the regular operating budget. So I do have a GL that's called special projects. And so this is an amount that we budget every year in case there's special projects that do come along. And so just going back in my memory from last year, some of those special projects would have been like the Project Volunteer that was initiated after the budget was approved, but it was an opportunity to increase volunteerism and work with the Lunenburg Queens Recreation Association on this regional project. Trying to think of some others. Last year, we had received funding for a summer student around our parks, and so we used some funding around the park surveys and initiative. We had the grand opening of our Osprey Connector Trail, so that was a special projects that we did as well. And the Cape LaHave, we had went through and asked for an amendment in the legislation to allow the municipality to enter into a conservation easement agreement, and so the legal fees for that work to make that all happen. So those are just some of examples, and so that is where that particular recommendation was coming from. We see it as a special project because not only was it a funding request, it was also a partnership request.
Thank you for clarifying that it's included in the budget that we've already put forth.
Further questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Royko.
It was asked and answered, thank you.
Any further comments? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will move down to 10.1.2, Kingsburg Protected Beach. And I would ask Councillor Haysom if she would be prepared to move that motion.
Certainly, thank you very much. To Her Honor Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and write to the Provincial Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables and request that the Minister reconsider issuing permits in the protected beach areas, and I so move.
Could I request that you add "and local MLAs" to that?
I would like to add "and local MLAs" to that motion.
Thank you. Councillor DeLong, you're seconding that? Discussion on the motion, and again, that is that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and write the Provincial Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, as well as local MLAs, and request that the minister reconsider issuing permits in the protected beach areas. Any questions, comments? Councillor Greek.
Which local MLAs, just Susan and Becky, or are you going?
I was referring to the two MLAs in our
Thank you.
municipality. And that would be Minister Drouin and Minister Greek.
Can Danielle be in our?
And, MLA Barkhouse as well. Any other questions, comments? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will get down to 10.2.1, and that is from the Fire and Emergency Services Committee, notice of repeal and replace MODL policy 036, Fire and Emergency Services. And we have our Fire Services Coordinator, Chris Kennedy, with us, and could you walk us through this one, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'd like to thank you earlier for your comments on volunteer firefighters. It was definitely appreciated. Yeah, so policy MDL 36, Fire and Emergency Services, so it was taken to the Fire and Emergency Services Committee twice. And at the last meeting, it was accepted with changes. So in the policy you see here are those changes. So I'll just highlight some of the changes, the top ones. A lot of the sections were changed for clarity and accessibility type reasons. And the main sections are in section 2I, definition for self-contained breathing apparatus was added. In section 6, the complete section was added for self-contained breathing apparatus mandatory annual functional testing starting in June of 2025. And section 10 was a section added on WCB for clarity on coverages paid by the municipality for for the volunteer firefighters in our county. And section 11 was just an added addition for firefighter service recognitions. The rest of the changes to the policy was just for reference and clarification. So I guess what we're asking for today is to put this as a 7-day notice for council for the review and come back for final acceptance of the policy. It's open to any questions.
I would ask Councillor Bell if he'd be prepared to move the motion.
Thank you. To Her Honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Fire and Emergency Services Committee and repeal and replace MODL Policy 036, Fire and Emergency Services, as presented, and hereby give 7 days' notice of its intention to adopt the policy at the May 14th, 2024 council meeting. And I so move.
Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Wynot. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Wynot.
I'd like to thank Chris for all his work he's done for the safety of our firefighters. Thanks, Chris.
So again, this has gone through Fire and Emergency Services. It's been there a couple times, and this is the end product coming back for council authorization here. So all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. In light of the time, I am going to skip over 11.1.1 and move into the LCLC update. Sorry, there is another one here. Yes, I missed the one at the top. 11.1.2, proposed amendments to the Area Advisory Committee terms of reference. And and Ella is with us, and Ella, maybe you could walk us through this one, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. So April and I worked on revising all the Area Advisory Committee terms of references for several reasons. The first one, that they were all outdated. They were citing policies that do not exist anymore. Another reason was that we wanted all of the documents to be in an accessible format, since it is a policy that all documents of this municipality will be designed in a way that is accessible for all people. And the third reason was that we wanted to add the council's motion of dissolvement of all area advisory committees once the MODL 2040 project is coming into effect. So all these reasons were the main. All of these aspects were the reasons why we had to revise all the Area Advisory Committee terms of references. And they all are presented as a package. You also revisited one at the Hebville Area Advisory Committee a few months ago, and we just aligned it with the other Area Advisory Committee terms of references.
Okay, so I would ask on PAC, Deputy Mayor Oikel, you're on PAC? Councillor Vino is. Councillor Vino, please, if she'd be prepared to move that motion.
Certainly, thank you. To Her Honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the proposed amendments to the terms of reference of the following area advisory committees as presented. Those include Blockhouse, Hemford Forest, Oakland, Princess Inlet and Area, and Riverport and District, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Vino. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bell. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much. Sorry, where's policy 004? I looked online and I didn't see it. I might have been looking wrong because I have I have great talent with technology.
We have it on our Laserfish for sure, and we can see if it's not located on the website, we can make sure that it will be there.
Okay, I would feel more comfortable having read it before I vote on this, to be honest, given that it's mentioned in all of the terms of reference. Also, can I ask another question, please?
Supplementary, Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Are the terms of reference on our website in their current state?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, because in the draft documents that you provided here, like there's no strike-throughs or highlights, so I'm not, like I wanted to see where the actual changes were made, but I wasn't sure.
We changed it completely, so we revised all the area advisory committees to align with the new HEPFL area advisory committee terms of references. So some had the terms of references in a table, some had it in a different unaccessible type of font or format. So we just changed it all to align with the new terms of references that we created for HEPFL.
Okay, thank you.
So what is your wish? Are you asking to defer this item?
Yeah, I think I would like to ask that it be deferred until I've had a chance to read policy 004, because like I said, I couldn't find it on our website.
The motion isn't on
Oh, of course, yeah.
floor, so do we need to do it?
It is.
Yes, it is, sorry. So to defer is no discussion on what we need? This is defer. Tom, do you write off? So there is no discussion. So we would need a motion to defer. There is no discussion on the motion.
In that case, I would make a motion to defer.
So moved by Councillor DeLong, seconded by Councillor Greek. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Bell. Motion is carried. We will now go down to the LCLC update.
Thank you. We met last Thursday night, yes. The EV chargers are disconnected from the building at the LCLC and capped off because there is water. I'm gonna have to read it the way it's in this motion in the minutes here. Apparently there's water in the primary mechanical room, and it's coming through the conduits of the EV chargers. So the EV chargers have had to be disconnected and capped off. This whole thing needs to be investigated by an engineer because the basement area under the arena space and pool mechanical room has groundwater coming in from the perimeter. So there's something going on there that needs to be checked out and by an engineer. The sound system is not 100% yet, but it's better. 55 plus games have been awarded to the LCLC, and I think that's in the fall?
Of next year, not
Of
this
next
year.
year, okay. There is a problem with, at big events, the Wi-Fi has been disconnected and kids can't call their parents to come get them and that kind of stuff. Apparently it's an overload when we have big events, like the Lumberjack games and all that. So that's it, that needs to be looked at because apparently the wiring was undersized when it was put in, when the building was built. So that needs to be addressed. And maybe Carolyn can speak on the pucks that were put in to sell the 50-50 tickets?
Okay.
I don't mean hockey pucks.
No.
No.
So the issue with the internet in the, at the LCLC relates to originally, we were struggling to maintain access for an electronic 50/50. They put in additional pucks to increase the service within the arena area, but have found since that in order when the facility is at full capacity, whether it's a hockey game, a trade show, tournaments, whatever, they have been shutting the Wi-Fi off. It has been brought to our attention as a safety issue from a lot of students and so on that operate on Wi-Fi. They do not have a data plan. So in order for them to access their rides to pick up for home or different things, it's definitely unable. I've handed my cell phone to a number of people in the last few, so it's definitely something that does need to be addressed ASAP to make sure that it is sized appropriately or that the necessary equipment is put in. And I'm not an IT whiz on this by any means, but it definitely, we cannot be shutting the Wi-Fi off in a public facility when we put 1,400 people in a facility. So we definitely need to make sure that that is addressed in a timely manner. Councillor Greek.
Is there a timeline?
I raised this at the last meeting. I added it to the agenda, and I am waiting to get that information back.
Okay.
Continue?
Continue.
At our meeting, Mayor Bolivar made a motion for the GM, Jeanette, to present to both councils on the 23-24 deficit. And then we did not approve the financials. They were deferred pending clarification on some of the identified items. Thank you.
Okay, any questions in relation to the LCLC report? Deputy Mayor's update.
I've attended all my meetings that I've been assigned as a counselor, as well as agenda briefings, check signing, volunteer recognition award night, South Shore Library events, the Laconia Wind Energy Center Community Liaison Committee meeting with Council Hubley, as well as other community events.
Thank you. And besides the regular meetings of council and meetings that I'm ex officio on, I've met with several residents on different issues, the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, executive meetings with NSFM, the municipal volunteer reception, and just coming out of Volunteer Week, big hats off to all the volunteers within our municipality. It definitely was a great event at the Best Western to honor those that were, names were put forward, but again, recognizing there was many more names that was not put forward, and everyone who volunteers needs to be thanked. Recreation event for the Lunenburg Queens Special Olympians athletes at the Michelin Social Club, where they recognized those that were participated in the Winter Games, and that is always a great event. The LCLC meeting and different community events throughout, from penny auctions to breakfast to all kinds of things, book sales, you name it. So that concludes my update. It is 11:59. We will resume at 1 o'clock. So welcome back to our council meeting. We are at 11.1.1, coastal protection regulations and provincial hazard mapping. And we have Ella and Reed with us, and they're going to walk us through a brief overview of the coastal protection and where we are, where we left off, and maybe where we're going.
Sure. That's right. That's up to you.
Notice that maybe.
Yep, so Ella's just gonna pull up a presentation. It'll look familiar, but it's, I think, helpful as a refresher to the basis for the kind of flood elevation information that we talked about the last time with the provincial reps. So Ella's just gonna walk through that. So what was provided in the package to council was a little bit more background information about the two numbers that we've been talking so much about. So today is really just focused on the, what flood elevation requirement is preferred. And what I would say is that all of this would inform the regulations that have already been discussed by council. And as a refresher, what those would mean is that this is talking about habitable spaces along the shoreline and how high up those would need to be constructed. There you go.
I think it's working. It'll work.
Yeah.
You can even it.
You just need to press that special button. Yeah, and then the other piece that I'll note is the other regulation that was discussed that this would impact is new institutional uses would be impacted by this. Those uses would be prohibited in the area that this shows on a map. So if there's a change to what that elevation is, that means that area could grow or shrink in size, and that area is where the one type of use that was discussed as being prohibited in the future would be institutional uses. Everything else here is about habitable spaces. So there's a lot of other regulations related to erosion, related to wetlands. Those are not impacted by this. This is really specifically focused on what that number needs to be when people build a new residential structure with living space. How high up in the air does that need to be? So go ahead, Ella.
So as Reed mentioned, we're discussing today the elevation number and the comparison between the provincial map and MODL's map. Again, we use the same factors such as a storm surge, the future high tides, and future sea level. MODL's number, as with our assessment and the research that we did, stands at 3.97 meters relative to the CGVD 2013, whereas the provincial map, including all these factors, stands at 3.2 meter, again, relative to CGVD 2013. So for sea level rise, there's different projections that were used. By the year 2100 for the province, it's 1.2 meters. They use the 95th percentile for their using a climate model that is called CHIMP-5, and it was published in the 2013 IPCC report. It is based on emission scenarios from 2000 until 2005, so it's an older model, and using RCP 8.5 as well. In comparison, we are using our projection was that by the year 2100, the sea level rise for our municipality would stand at 1.57 meters. We're again using the same 95th percentile, but we're using a newer model, a more updated model that is based on emission scenario model, scenarios that are after 2005 up to 2014, and it was released in 2021 in the IPCC report. It is using an emission scenario that is newer than the RCP 8.5. It's called the SSP 5 8.5. And but how it's called, shared socioeconomic pathways. According to Natural Resources Canada's website, CHIP 5 model is boosting enhanced complexity and spatial resolution, so it has a higher resolution, so it sees better. Their emission scenario has a higher resolution than the older model that the province used, and it sees better the greenhouse gas emissions, everything has to do with ocean floor and other factors that they are taking into account when they are using those type of modeling for emissions. So for Silver Rise, we are using the more updated number. We're using the most recent model that is used by the IPCC, but also Natural Resources Canada. And just to clarify, we are not using the most extreme number. The most extreme number is, for Silver Rise, is actually taking not the 95 percentile, but actually taking the enhanced scenario, which means that if we would have been using the enhanced scenario, we would have added another 60 centimeters to the 1.57 meters, and that's when you take into consideration the acceleration of the melting of the Antarctic ice sheets. So we're not using the most extreme scenario, we're using the best practice that is being used throughout all the other municipalities, especially our neighboring municipalities. Would you like to add anything?
Just to, you've covered it here, I think, but I think just the point I think we want to make as well is that these are apples to apples here. We broke it down to talk about those percentiles, to talk about the emission scenarios and the timeframes, because if you were to take something different in those, it wouldn't be apples to apples. The only difference here is the newer climate model. But it's the same approach to the model and the projections that the province used, with the exception of that number around sea level rise from Natural Resources Canada, one of which is newer and one of which is older.
And just to add to Reed's comment, the 95 percentile, what it means is that there's a 95% chance that the emission scenario, the Silver Rise will not be higher than the number that we're presenting. But because the province used an older model, their 95 percentile stands on 1.2 meters. So it's not necessarily, I would not say it's necessarily accurate, because it is, we can see already that the number is higher with a newer emission scenario that we are using.
So I guess I do have a question here, and it's in relation to after the province was here and presented to us, and a CBC News article, and it was stated in that article, I'm just looking for the exact wording here. As it turns out, the municipality is using more recent modeling data that has not yet been publicly released. Data used by the province is from the same source, but is what is available to the public. So can you explain that? How are we using data that's not released compared to what is being released by the province, if this is accurate?
We're confident that, first of all, we're confident that it's accurate because it's all coming from the same source. So there's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, provides that to countries around the world. Our federal government, through Natural Resources Canada and Environment Canada, takes that information and comes up with projections that would impact us locally. And so they're not just taking the sea level rise into account, but as Ella has mentioned previously, we have the ground is actually going lower in certain areas. And so that's a local factor here that actually makes the effect of sea level rise worse, because the ground is sinking while the water is rising. Whereas places like Hudson Bay or West, in Hudson's Bay, actually the ground's rising, so it's almost no impact to those areas. So basically,
So again, is this information that is publicly available, or has Canada, are they still operating under 2013?
it is publicly available, so that what hasn't been done is the federal government's website
Has not adopted 2021.
It has not been updated yet. So we've actually been working with Environment and Climate Change. They reached out to us to ask us for our input on their new update to their website. So they have the number, that's the number that's here. It's a matter of putting that up on an accessible website. So we didn't, like I think we've talked about before, Climate Atlantic is an organization that works with municipalities to provide this type of information. They got it from Natural Resources Canada, from the group who is doing that work to put it on the website. So we know what the number is, but in terms of the federal government putting it out on these various websites, that part has not been done yet.
So wouldn't we be better off to link it to the climate change model that has been accepted by the federal government or put forward, rather than a particular year or a particular model, CMIP5, CMIP6, because that is going to change. So would we not be further ahead to link it to something that makes sense, and as it changes, then it's updated in our policy as well?
I think the objective here was to, and this is what the province did when they started their map, is to look what is the most current information. So that number has been confirmed through Natural Resources Canada. They've done all the calculations they need to do. And so that is the most recent information. Now that we know that's the most recent information, in our view, it wouldn't be prudent to use something that we know isn't as current. And so the province did, and those conversations we had with them, they did say, you're using more updated information, and we suggest you continue and using on that pathway. They acknowledged that their map, that's been years in the making. And when that process started and they put the numbers in, they did not have the number that we have available to them. And so it's just a matter of the timing that we started this project later than they did, and so that we had that available to us.
Again, I guess I heard from members of the public this morning, and I just want to make sure that the information that we're receiving and that we have is information that is available to the public, because, well, I'll save the other questions for later. Continue with.
So for storm surge as well, there are some differences between our numbers and the province's number. The province used a 1 meter storm surge, and it's based on same sources that we have used, which is a study that was commissioned by the province. But their number is based on a 1 to 100 year flood, so it's a scenario, whereas our number, that is also, by the way, by the study suggests using the precautionary approach, and that's what we did, and it's based on 1.63 meters, and it's based on the Hurricane Juan number. So this number is definitive. Yes, it's a precautionary approach, but we've seen this happen before. It's not that this number never happened, and we're giving an extreme scenario that doesn't have any base to it. That number happened, the 1.63 meters, and it's based on hurricanes, whereas the province's number for storm surge does not take into account a direct hit by a hurricane or any other severe storm. So again, we use the precautionary principle, which was recommended by the study, and also our neighboring municipalities use the same number as well for their storm surge number when they calculated their vertical elevation setback.
Councillor DeLong.
So the province, in not using that number with the storm surge data, with storms that we've experienced, did they give any rationale for why they're not using that precautionary principle?
always been the 1 in 100.
No, they wanted to, they went with the 1 in 100 year projection event, which is a more kind of flattened curve, generalized, which doesn't take into account the extreme storms. So they didn't explain why, but I think we can, I've had that question asked to me, I've asked it to them. They haven't been very specific about answering it, but I can also guess a little bit that because they're at the provincial level, it would be hard to pick extreme storm events because they occur at different places. So you'd Bay Fundy, you know, Pictou County, Cape Breton, so you'd have to pick different storm events and different, so I think it would be hard to do that on a provincial level. So what, not that it can't be done, but that's not the approach they took. So we looked at this as saying, let's, you know, there is, in that study, it specifically says you do need to take these into account. And so the extreme storms that we've had in this area, one was close enough here, and that's a likely event, and that was actually, I think the trajectory was actually going to be closer to this area than it was in the end. So we used that, you know, versus other storms that didn't hit close to here. So we tried to find a locally relevant storm event to use as that benchmark.
But it's all taken from the same report.
Correct.
Continue.
So again, there's differences as well with the higher high water large tide, so future tides. The province, in this case, number was higher than ours. So it was again a generalized number, 1 meter height, which is based on a 1 in 20 year event. That again, we also got the same data from the same sources, which is Department of Fisheries and Oceans. MODL's number is 0.77 meters, so 77 centimeters. And it's based, again, we got it from DFO, and it's based on a localized infrastructure located in Riverport. And that number is definitive for our region. So it's a localized number that we have, and that's why the planning staff decided that that number should be used, because again, it has more meaning when it's on a local based.
Yep, the way the province approached this was they pulled the same data that we did from Fisheries and Oceans, but they put everything into categories. So it was either 50 centimeters or 1 meter or 1.5. They didn't go closer, they didn't go more finely grained than that. So that's why they would have, they know it was 77 centimeters here, but their model just bumped that up to 1 meter. So that's how it works along the coast. It goes in half-meter increments.
So these are the factors that we take into consideration when we calculate our vertical elevation setback for MODL. And just as a reminder, MODL's staff vertical elevation setback stands on 3.97 meters, whereas the province, using an older model for the projection of sea level rise, stands on 3.2 meters elevation requirement.
So that's basically the summary. The next slide we have, outlines the motion and recommendation that was contained in the report, as well as an alternative option that would give the provincial number of 3.2, but we're happy to answer questions at this point as well.
So I just want to go back maybe to the first slide with the 3.9 right here. So looking at the 3.97, so I'm a resident that goes on the provincial mapping because that's the tool that the province is advertising that we are supposed to use. And I plug in my civic address and it tells me the information based on the 3.2 model. So then I come into the municipality and apply for my building permit, and I'm told 3.97. To me, I think that's confusing to the resident. I don't like that there's two different groups of information out here, and that the resident is the one that's going to be confused from this. We've been sitting around the table doing this now for 2 years, year and a half, trying to figure out where we want to be. And believe me, we've been back and forth on this, even the public, from our public consultation, had been back and forth. I think that consistency is good, but I'm not sure, I'm struggling with the two. I wish the province would have implemented their Coastal Protection Act, believe me, or Coastal Protection Regs to go with the act. However, that's not the case, and we're in the situation that we're in now. But again, I still want our residents to be able to understand it without having to study it for a year and a half.
We did have a conversation with their staff, and I think everyone is in agreement that it's challenging when there's multiple sources of information and they're not saying exactly the same thing. And residents need to have a way of understanding where to go for everything. And so we did raise that concern. They did mention that they could adjust their map. If there were regulations here, there could be an option where, you click on that property and there could be a little thing that comes up and says, your municipality has regulations that affect this area. So click here, and then it could jump right to the MODL, coastal protection regulations. So recognizing that if people are going to that map, like the province is saying they should, people need to know that there are municipal regulations impact here as well. So we think that's a great. It's not going to be perfect, but I think that's a good way to make that connection for people.
Also, the province, just if I can add in a bit, also the province mentioned that they are willing to, they will look further into actually updating the numbers that they have in the map as well, because they are aware that they're using an older model. And also, Natural Resources Canada is about to release their map, and their map, the number will be aligning for sea level rise will align with our numbers. So that can create another confusion if we're going to use a different number that is not listed by the federal government as well.
Say that again, Ella.
So Natural Resources Canada, the number where we got the number from, the sea level rise number, they are working on releasing their map as well, their sea level rise map. And their sea level rise map, I don't know if you ever looked at their map, but you can go in localized areas, you can click whether it's Kingsburg, Blue Rocks, etc. And it shows you the estimated sea level rise by 2100, for example. And also the enhanced scenario option, so it shows you a graph. And when they release their new map, which will be not too further away, it will be based on the number that we have, because that's where we received our number for sea level rise.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that I understand. So given that the province has not enacted the Coastal Protection Act, and they're allowing municipalities to do this through zoning and land use, their map is going to have a patchwork of different municipalities interpreting different data, regardless of what we put as our flood risk level. On their map, are you saying that they are going to put whatever our line is, like whatever municipality has different numbers, they're going to insert that in their map, or is that not the case?
So I followed up with provincial staff Thursday of last week and addressed, brought up the concern that was raised around this table about like having two different maps. And Mr. Morris mentioned that their IT is looking at how to implement, so like what Reed mentioned about a pop-up message that says like, so if they don't change the mapping, there's high level that it would probably be confusing for people. So if they don't change their mapping, they are looking at a disclaimer or like a pop-up that would be for each municipality. So if you're in clicking on the Blue Rocks area, it would say, hey, FYI, the municipality has regulations in place that you should, click this link and it would take you to our site. So as of late last week, there's no guarantee that they'll implement it, but their staff are looking at how to make that pop-up message. So when you're in our municipality looking at the map, that it's puts that direct link back to our information if our information ends up being different than what the province is.
Supplementary, please put your mic on.
Thank you. Will that be the case for all municipalities that have different levels that they've chosen to enact for their zoning?
Yeah, because they heard the message, and the province wants to support municipalities, and we met with them after the meeting there last week, and said you could have 49 different things, and in the province you actually have 50, because then the province is saying something that could be totally different. So they're like stress the importance of having that link, so wherever you are on the map, that if you're in the District of Lunenburg, it comes to our information. If you're in the region of Queens, it goes to the region of Queens information. So whatever municipality that comes up across the board that says something like your municipality may have additional land use controls in place that may differ than what's shown on this map, please click this link for further information. So it kind of has that direct, I don't want to say in-your-face link from when you're looking at their map.
Councillor Hubley.
So you can say it's a matter of timing, but either way, 2 sets of guidelines is going to be very confusing. It's going to cause a lot of issues at our counter when they come for their permits. I would like to see us go with option 2 for that reason, that 2 sets of guidelines isn't going to be helpful for anyone. And maybe a little more education when they do apply for their permit, to let them know what our studies or what our regulations would have been. And I will not support two different sets of regulations for one area.
Just to clarify, the province is not a set of regulations. It's an informational material map. It's not a guideline. It's not a regulatory, it doesn't have any regulations behind it. It's just a map that shows information to the public, whereas our map and our regulations are what the property owner should follow. The province is not giving any guidelines of how to develop on the land. It's an information material, and that's it. That's where it ends, and that's what they, in the end, that's unfortunate when they decide not to pass the Coastal Protection Act and pass it along to municipalities, where council did take the proactive approach of, directing us to start coastal protection regulations, because they are not going to guide property owners of how to develop on their land. It's a number, it's an informational material, and I understand it's going to be confusing, but at the same time, it's important to know that this is a flood risk number, and the number is supposed to protect property owners' lives, but also their properties from the potential flooding in the future, but also might be even in the next year or so. So yes, maybe the number looks a bit higher than the provincial number, but coastal flooding is not something that we should take lightly.
I agree it's not 2 sets of regulations, but there are going to be 2 numbers out there. And you'll be dealing with this at the counter if it gets passed. My other point is protecting the coast is one thing, but to tell people what they can and cannot do on their property is another.
And again, one of the things that we do know is that municipal-wide planning is coming to all of the municipality. And when that comes, the municipality will be zoned into whether it's agricultural land, whether it's commercial land, whether it's in relation to the coast or in relation to whatever. That is coming, and we are mandated to do that. That's all part of the MODL 2040 project. And again, that doesn't mean that the project isn't going to be finished till 2040. But it's what the municipality, that's the guideline there, what we're working on and what it should be in place. So I do have Councillor Moore.
Well, as usual, Carol stole all my good words. That's exactly my worry, is when we have mandatory planning dumped on us for inland, what's gonna happen if we put stringent regulations, and I understand we need to protect the coast, I understand we need to protect the people. But people have to take responsibility also to make sure that their house is not gonna be washed away or they're gonna be blown into the ocean or something like that. Anyway, my main thing is what's gonna happen when we do our mandatory planning and on our lakes, rivers and streams inland, and people that have lake lots now that wanna build or put a cottage or something on or a travel trailer. Well, I guess travel trailers really won't. No, never mind, they'll probably be in the mix there somewhere. And they want to do building. And we have such stringent regulations because of what we're doing along the coast that we're going to maybe piggyback some of this on our mandatory planning inland. And what's going to happen, like their lots will probably not be able to be built on, something that they worked their whole life, towards.
So, can I and then you can. Just to clarify, even if it's if let's say we're gonna go with option 2 and it's 3.97 meters, you can still build within the 3.97 meters. Your habitable space needs to meet the 3.97 meters. You can have a garage, you can build on stilts, you can infill if you want to have a higher elevation. If you remember, we had, in the beginning, we had a 2-zone flooding approach, and then we moved it back, to a vertical elevation setback, saying you can infill, you can build within the 3.97 meters, as long as your residential space is above it.
And I understand that. My main concern is passing the more stringent one today, having 2 sets of regulations, and I know one is our regulations and one is just information. But what's going to happen in the future, so I'm going to be voting in favor of the lesser stringent.
I have Councillor Haysom and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much. So I've spoken many times on this issue passionately, and for once I'm going to read something so I can keep it short and stay on script. But I'm going to start and end with the same statement, which is that good governance requires that we put forward the best standards that are available based on the best information that is available. So we've discussed this at length. We've had a lot of deliberation, and we decided that the information that was put forward by our planning department was the best information. As is just mentioned, we made some concessions, and we came up with this number. We're now second-guessing that information based on information put forward by the province that by their own admission is out of date. It's not accurate, but it might be easier to swallow. So we have an opportunity here to be ahead of the curve, and that does mean making hard decisions, and sometimes sitting here means making hard decisions and doing things that aren't particularly popular or comfortable for us, but they may be the correct decision. And actually, as the MLA who visited us today said, thanks to the downloading by the province, municipal councillors are making decisions around issues that they haven't had to before, issues like climate change and sea level rise and other things that are being put in our laps. So this is new territory, but we still have to be here and make the best decisions possible. So the information put forward by our planning department, according to Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change's own people who sat in this room, they said that our information is the most accurate and up to date. So why would we choose to use information that by the province's own admission is out of date? We've talked about the disclaimer put forward on the information by the province and what the liability issues would be. And I'd like to ask you all, if we know that we are allowing people to build in an area that will be flooded and inundated, what are the liability issues and the good governance reflection on us as a municipality? What about a property owner's best ability to insure their property? What about a property owner's best ability to ensure the value of their property going forward? And those are considerations. You can say that you're reducing the value if you can't build now, but what if you've built something that 7 years from now is going to be underwater and we know it? Most importantly, why would we in good conscience and good faith rely on information that we know is not the most recent or accurate? Either way, residents and property owners are going to be affected by regulations that we put forward. So they should be affected on the basis of the best information available. Good governance requires that we put forward the best standards that are available based on the best information available. I would support option 1. I cannot support option 2 because it is not the best and most accurate information. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. There are two ways to look at this. If MODL uses the most recent data instead of the older data, then we are or will remain a leader in this coastal protection risk factor, using the best available information. If we go with the current provincial data, it makes it more uniform around the province, but we know it's based on older, outdated information, or not necessarily the best information available at this time. In some ways, I see the province setting back to see what happens and is allowing the courts to test the policies or bylaws at the municipal level. If we're uniform with the majority, it offers some, maybe, a greater protection factor for us, but not necessarily the property owner. We started this process and considered even stricter coastal protection regulations for flood risk. The real question is, do we want to be a leader in coastal protection or a status quo municipality that would need to change and update in a year or two? This is what I'm having a problem with, is trying to decide whether we want to make a decision being a leader or being a follower. I don't want two conceived levels of regulations, and therefore I'm leaning towards the province's suggestions in their promotional presentations. So I'm leaning more towards number 2, but I am not opposed to number 1 if that's what the majority of the people around this table want. Just saying though, if we go with option 1, we need to be able to explain it to our citizens that we represent and explain why we felt it was the best decision to make. So I'm sort of on the fence on this, but I wanted everyone to look at it from 2 points of view.
Councillor Staton.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late to the meeting. I don't know if somebody indicated there today that some other municipalities in Lunenburg County have already set coastal regulations. I'm just wondering how this 3.27 and 3.2 and 3.97 compare to the other municipalities. I'd like to see us do something that's across at least Lunenburg County when we're doing our planning, so that when you build in one municipality or the other, you're not facing a different set of regulations every time you maybe cross a piece of land or cross a little bit of a boundary. So can you maybe explain that to me, what the other municipalities are using for their regulations? Like, for instance, Chester or even Liverpool. Well, Liverpool's not in Lunenburg County, but they're close to us and they're on the ocean, so I'd be interested in knowing.
our bordering municipalities, so Queens County, Municipality of Chester, Mahone Bay, Lunenburg.
Yeah,
Yep.
do we have those numbers?
Yeah, and I do have those numbers. It is important to note, though, that even though we're neighboring, we do not have, our ocean floor varies, and that's why you will see even within our neighboring municipalities, different vertical elevation requirements. So for example, Town of Lunenburg and Town of Mahone Bay is standing on 3.5 meters elevation requirement. Chester currently does not have any because they are working on their coastal protection regulations. They were waiting for the Coastal Protection Act to come into effect. So they're now just starting working on coastal regulations. As we all know, coastal protection is act is not happening. Queens County number, if I'm not mistaken, is either 2.8 or 3.2 meter vertical elevation. So they are using different, they have different vertical elevation requirements, again, because even though we're neighboring, our oceanic floor varies along the coastline.
So again, for our math lesson today, 3.2 is roughly 10 feet, and 3.97 is 13 feet. So we're talking about roughly 2.5 feet in the difference, correct? 3 feet?
I don't know how, I don't speak
I
in
know.
feet, but maybe Reed can help.
But for some of us that are still in the old system, I believe is what we're talking about here. This is meters, I did a conversion.
The difference, for example, between 3.97 meters to, let's say, Mahone Bay's 3.5 is around 37 centimeters. Again, something like this, basically, from here to here. No, it's actually something like this, yeah.
So we have to divide that by 2.5 to get inches. Okay, Councillor Vino.
I can appreciate that there's pros and cons of both options here. When I vote today, I think I'll be thinking of the resident and what makes most sense to them, and I think having two different sets of regulations is confusing. Sorry, not regulations, wrong word.
Information.
Information and
Toolbox.
people are overregulated in many different ways, and I'm worried about the confusion if we have different numbers.
Deputy Mayor Royal.
Thank you. So my concern is if we were to go with the province suggestion, but yet we know that the one that we suggested, that we worked through for so long is better, what is the legal obligation to the fact that we're saying, sure, you can build there, but we know different? Is there any, Tom?
Yeah, so at law, policy decisions are very hard to challenge. And the MGA provides that property that's impacted by municipal planning strategy or land use bylaw is deemed not to suffer injurious affection, which is interference with property rights. So that's not to say that we couldn't be sued, but it would be very challenging, because what we're saying is, if you're going to build in this area, the best practice is to build above 3.97 meters, and so that's what we're holding you to. We're not saying that you're never going to be underwater at that point. We're just saying prudence would suggest that's what you build to. And it's the same way that the province with its numbers puts that disclaimer on. So they're not setting themselves up so that people can say, well, you said I could build anywhere past 3.2, so I'm relying upon that to mean that I will never flood past 3.2. And so courts are not going to entertain that kind of claim, because it's not providing a warranty that you won't be wet. It's just, this is the best practice. But people can sue for any reason. Luckily, we're insured, and the insurance company would respond.
Thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
province has put us in a very difficult position. We knew that when we had to postpone our first reading. Everything that the province has said has not changed my mind. Our staff did so much work to figure out what that number was, and we ourselves have debated and deliberated so much. It doesn't sit right with me that at this stage we're backtracking on that. I will not be supporting the lower number, but I'm pretty sure you all knew that. It's disheartening to me that we're backtracking. That's all I want to say.
Deputy Mayor Roigel.
I just had a question on process. So, right now, we're going to, if whatever we vote on, we're going to say that that is what we as a council would like to see. Then it goes to first reading on the 14th, hopefully. Then how much time and what is to happen between the first and second reading? What can happen? Can other information come forward from the public? They don't like it. We can change it. I'd like to know.
The kind of plan that we had previously discussed, and of course it's council's decision how you exactly you want to carry that out, but what we're envisioning is there would be a couple or a few information sessions after first reading. Those would be not to gather information from the public, but to share with the public what these regulations are, how they might impact people, answer questions about how those might work and how they'd be implemented, and then that would allow people to have the information they need to then come out to the formal public hearing and second reading, which would occur following that period.
Supplementary, Deputy Mayor Roigel.
Thank you. So then at the second reading, if the public is outraged by whichever one we choose, then is council have the option of...
Council has the final vote.
Option of saying, okay, obviously the public doesn't like whichever we choose, there's grave discord.
Correct, yeah. So the public hearing is geared towards anyone coming in and making a formal, statement or comment on that. It's absolutely council's final say what happens, whether it's second reading. You may, that's a position there. Rather than passing first reading, you can go back and do first reading again. If at that point you're feeling like we didn't really get this right, there's always an option to go and do another first reading and change things and do that process again.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Sandra. Councillor Staton.
That's okay, not a problem. So what happens to permits that we issue in the areas that we're looking to enact these regulations? Between first and second readings, is there a moratorium on permits issued? Or is it all open until after second reading?
As of the notice of passing of first reading, the new regulations would be in effect. So both, if there was conflicting regulations, the more stringent of them would apply. So in this case, there's no zoning on the coastline in most of these areas. So the new regulations would be in effect as of first reading. And then maybe I'm going to look for Jeff in terms of if, for example, you got to second reading and council decided to do and said, no, we didn't get this right, we want to revisit things and do first reading again. There are things there, the clock starts again. Can you maybe clarify that piece if council wants to do that?
Yeah, so anyone that has a permit before you do first reading can continue per their permit. But if somebody comes in after you do first reading, they have to meet the proposed regulations. But when you do your first reading, the MGA has a clock, so the council can't just do first reading and say, oh, we're good. You have to, within, is it 150 days or 120 days? It's one of those where the clock starts, and if you don't make a decision within that time period, anybody that applied for a permit and say it didn't meet the regulations, those regulations go away. They will be able to proceed as if there's no regulations. And if you want to put regulations in place, you have to start first reading again. So there is a, when you do first reading, they go into effect, but there's a time period there where you have to come, they have to meet it. But if you don't move forward, or if you change something, you have to do first reading again. So those permits that came in and maybe staff couldn't issue them because they didn't meet the proposed regulations, those would be permitted. So you basically start again. Now you're over here and you do first reading, you might have some.
Generally speaking, at first reading, that is when the clock starts for, that's where these regulations really are supposed to be adhered to.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So I just want to explain again, going to ask for a motion. As soon as I find, can you bring those motions back up, please? So I'm hearing many things around the table, and if option one is on the floor and that gets defeated, and from a parliamentary perspective, can option two come back today? It's a different enough to come back.
It's a different motion.
In that situation, you're talking about council's procedures. So
Yes.
they're your rules of order. And so your advice from your staff is that, yep, you'd be entitled to look at this second motion. If a council member has a concern with that, they can certainly raise a point of order.
What is your wish? Councillor Haysom.
I would like to put option one on the floor. So I would like to make that motion, if that's all right. Okay. To Her Honor Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council endorse the coastal flood risk elevation number of 3.97 meters, 2013 CGVD, previously recommended by staff to calculate the MODL coastal flood map and the proposed coastal protection regulations, and further that council conduct first reading on May 14th, 2024, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Haysom, seconded by Councillor DeLong. Discussion on the motion. I do have one question again. The 2013 CGVD is not the 3.97.
It is. It's just a measurement, it's a datum. So it's where you're measuring the 3.97 meters from. So the 2013 CGVD will apply to either the 3.97 meters
Either
or the
one.
3.2 meter.
So if you go back a couple slides to the 2013 data and the 2021 data, the CMIP5 and the CMIP6, 2013, 2021. If it was linked to that model, and when, again, this is the piece that I understand the province said is not yet out there by, did you say Natural Resource?
Natural Resources Canada.
If it was linked to that, it would change the policy as this changed. And I guess if this information has been out for 3 years, how long does it take typically for even that 2013 data to be, I don't know when 2013 data became available to the public as such compared to waiting 3 years now for 2021 data. I'm trying to get my head around, because that data is going to change again. There's going to be a CMIP7 at some point, and a CMIP12 or whatever. And should the policies be linked to that number rather than just this? Because, again, if this is science, I like linking it to something concrete.
Okay. let's just clarify, the CHIMP 6, which is the 2021, is open, it is available for the public. It's just not currently in the map, the federal government map that shows it. But again, as I mentioned, it's in the process of being published. But again, Canada is a big country, and it takes time to put all the numbers in. And also, they want to make the map more accessible to everyone, not just people that are professionals that knows how to read maps in a different way. You're gonna see other scenarios, a CHIMP 7 and a CHIMP. As we go, as technology progresses, we'll have a higher resolution and we'll have better emission scenarios data, especially since we passed the 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are the aim right now of the IPCC is that we'll not pass the 2 degrees Celsius in terms of temperature rising. You're probably going to see a CHIMP different number, a new scenario or not, every time there will be a new IPCC report, which happens approximately between 5 to 7 years. When countries are meeting up, they're talking about their new targets that they say that they will meet, they often don't. And usually then there's a report that's coming up with a new emission scenarios that is based on whether they met those targets or not.
Yeah, and just, so there's, in terms of a question around referencing that model, I think the best way to describe it is that the model that's used is just helping us explain one of the factors that goes into the number itself. So there's other things that are going into that final number, like the tidal range and storm surge, and even things like what the time frame is. So 2100 is the time frame. So the number itself, I think, needs to stand alone in terms of it's based on all this other information. It's not just the CHIMP 5 or CHIMP 6 that it's based upon, but that CGVD is a critical piece of information because that's a measurement piece. So surveyors know how to set their device when they're on a site looking at elevation requirements.
Councillor Bell.
This recommendation that's in option 1, the 3.97 meters, that's still a smaller figure than what we were presented with originally, the staff's proposal. Am I correct in assuming that? So, okay.
The original number, Ella, was what?
The vertical elevation setback,
This is the same
it's
number.
the same number.
This is the same number.
So in the number, so this is one for Silver Rise, it's 1.57. Storm surge is 1.63, and it's based on a localized number that we had for Hurricane Juan. And then we have the highest high water large tide that is 0.77 for our meters for our municipality. So altogether, it's 3.97 meters of vertical elevation requirement.
I think the horizontal is probably...
Horizontal is 30 meters, but we can reduce it if you hire a designated person to
Yes.
a minimum of 50 meters.
I think that's the difference in what you were really referring to, was the
Okay.
horizontal. Is
So
where
that's
the change
erosion,
and the
yeah.
recommendation originally to where we are now. Jeff, Director of Planning, I should say Recreation, right? Just to even it out.
Yeah. I just want to just jump back on the previous comments. So I would recommend that you don't have a number that's a moving target. Like, I'd recommend if you put something that, if the CHIP 6 changes, that the number doesn't automatically change, just for clarity to the public and the ease of administration. It's easier when there's a fixed number. Here's what the number is. When the new report and model comes out, that's where we go through our amendment process to the planning document, and we say, you know, in a year from now or 5 years, if we're on a 5-year cycle, we say, here's the information. The models have now been updated. We're now on 12 or whatever the number is 5 years from now. Here's the new numbers, and here's how you should go through and do an amendment process. You shouldn't have a number that can change, that's not actually written in your document that the public see and that staff are trying to enforce.
And Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. So when the province sent its officials here to talk to us, they praised our staff as having data that was tailored to our area, that it was granular, and that they supported the work of staff. I definitely still support that. And I don't think that it is us inserting ourselves into what people can and can't do with their land, because that is our job as a municipality to regulate land use. We're going to be doing that with Model 2040 all over. I just have one question. I know that I've asked this before, but it seems like it's still an issue here at the table. This coastal zoning will not affect any inland water courses or lakes, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah, I can assure everyone here that inland waterways are being looked at on their own, with their own criteria. Elevation is not part of that, so sea level rise, obviously not an issue inland, so there's different issues inland. So the issues are different, the development pattern is different. We are working on that, we're working on all those topics, but I can assure everyone that it is not just a cut and paste job, what's happening on the coast to go inland as well.
Councillor Stanton?
Thanks. I know as we sat here, we represent different areas and different levels of land use. And I'm just wondering how many, if you can tell me, how many properties will this regulation affect? How many vacant properties, I guess I'm asking, people that haven't built on them yet but bought them with the prospect of building on them? Do we know that?
Since the vertical elevation, as you can build within the 3.97 as long as your residential use is meeting the 3.97, it's not really, that's not what necessarily will take properties out of development. Other aspects that we discussed last time about what properties will be taken out of development is more from an erosion standpoint, where if you have properties that are vacant lands that are smaller than 600 square meters, how much is it in feet? 5,000? Something like that, where you cannot have a septic and a well together. That's where properties are being taken out of development, but that's not necessarily from a coastal point of view. It's more from can you have a well and a septic system and a structure on a lot?
Yeah, just to reiterate what Ella was saying, the elevation, flood elevation requirement would not take any properties out of development with the exception of new institutional uses. New institutional uses are the only type of use that going forward would not be permitted in these areas. All those other uses will continue to be permitted, just at an elevated location. So they need to raise up the ground to meet whether it's 3.2 or 3.97.
Councillor Moore.
Oh, just thank you for the information about this will not be affecting inland. We all know how things change, and that's my biggest concern. I mean, who thought 5 years ago that we'd be doing the province's job, and we are with coastal protection. So my thing is things can change, so right now I'm just playing on the side of caution. Thank you.
Just to reassure Councillor Moore, elevation requirement is not necessarily, it's not a best practice when it comes to inland water bodies, whether it's a river, stream, lake. No other municipalities are applying a vertical elevation setback on a lake, and so does our research as staff when we looked at inland water bodies, we did not take into consideration applying a regulatory framework that involves elevation.
So I don't think I was dreaming this when the province said that they were also going to be doing the mapping for the inland areas as well, that was phase 2. So that the mapping that they have done for phase 1, the coastal piece, and then we have phase 2, which will be the inland. So I guess it doesn't pertain to the coastal at the moment, but again, it's regulations or it's a tool in the toolbox, data that the municipality could use inland when they do that mapping.
For elevation, municipalities currently do not use elevation for inland water bodies. At least from the research that we did and the recommendations that we put forth at one time, when the time is right, will come to council and the public. But for what we've seen and the research we have done, the issues is more with erosion and not flooding. Putting your structure further away will help with mitigating flooding, but not necessarily as a elevation, this is what we're discussing today. Elevation is not part of inland regulations, except from what the province was discussing, and Jeff correct me or Reed correct me if I'm wrong, was about tidal rivers, and they do have different characteristics than other inland water bodies, but as we discussed in previous conversations, council decided to exclude all tidal rivers from the coastal protection regulations.
And one more clarification before I think people look like they're ready for the question, is in relation to the other information that is in there that is different from the province as well, because there's 3 or 4 different numbers that are different. And I believe, Reed, what I heard you say in consultation with the province is that there may be a way or there will be a way for a resident to click on that information and actually get civic address 5105 in Baker Settlement, I'm on the coast now, and get that information based on the municipality that I live in, rather than the provincial data. Is that what I heard? Let's use Letha's or somebody's on the coast, Reed.
Yeah, so
You're close, you're to the river. So if we were to plug in a number that was down there, did I understand that?
they were open to it, and I think Jeff has had more communication more recently. I think we believe it's technologically feasible.
But we don't know that that is factual.
We don't have anybody making a firm commitment on that, and I think that's reasonable that we wouldn't know that yet, but they're open to it.
And again, from my perspective, I want this to be something that the general public can understand at the end of the day. I'm really looking for that to be the case. I wish we were not in the situation that we're dealing with. Go ahead.
Yeah, just as I know you were talking about, what some of those other factors there that are a bit different, and as Ellen and I were just discussing briefly, even if the province were to update their sea level rise projections with the new CHIMP 6 model from IPCC and all that stuff, it's not going to be the same number because they haven't used the storm surge number that's the same. They haven't used the same tidal information. So it's not the kind of like one thing that, if that just happens, then everything's the same. There's other things that would need to be overcome. I think we've talked about the benefits of the storm surge number. I think is an important component of the projection that we use. I think it's a shortcoming in the provincial map to not have that. We've had discussions recently with some experts from NSCC that do mapping. The study is from 2011 that they're using, so it's very old information. So that we use that study as well. That 1 in 100 year flood elevation projection or storm surge projection. So we know that's old information, but we have to rely on it. Fortunately, we took the approach of using a benchmark storm event, and we came up with a higher number because of that. But another thing we learned recently from that expert at who does mapping is that in Fiona, they went out and mapped, or they went out and staked the furthest extent of the flooding on the North Shore in Pictou County. You know, how high did the flood waters go? And then they went and cross-referenced that with the new provincial map, and it was virtually the same. The flood waters came in from Fiona in Pictou County and met the province's worst case 100-year event. And there's different factors that went into that. One of them is the impact of waves and low pressure systems. But I think all of that goes to say that we've talked about a very high number that we've given you as a 3.97, but even that number does not take into account some things like wave uprush, which in Pictou County it was over a meter of additional height. And so, you know, we saw lots of examples of really devastating damage that occurred there because of that. So it was a bit of an eye-opening thing to see how that actually went and met the province's, you know, projections for the year 2100. So there's things we haven't even included in this number, even though it seems high. There's other things that could go into that. So we don't want to take an approach with flooding that's an average. We want to be conservative with this. It's about avoiding flooding. It's not about nailing exactly what that sea level rise number is in the future. It's about having a degree of confidence that we're avoiding, you know, flooding and protecting people's property.
Councillor Hubley.
So I'm not questioning the amount of work you put into this or
No.
anything that went behind it at all. My issue is the difference between option 1 and option 2 is 2.43 feet.
Well, I said
Your
2.5.
prediction is not going to be much different in the event of the one case in 100 years. And we're going to be creating confusion at the counter. We're going to be creating confusion for our residents. They're going to go online, they're going to see one thing, then possibly be redirected, which would be great, possibly be redirected. But they're still going to be looking at 2 sets of standards. That is my issue. I agree with everything you're saying, but I don't like the confusion that it's going to be creating.
Meters.
Oh, meters. Oh, sorry.
We're talking feet.
I said feet, 2.43 feet.
It's 0.77. Correct? Which is not a lot, but we're talking about for consistency. Question is called, was that a hand, Sandra? That was
No,
just a
no,
wave,
no.
okay, hi.
No, I just
You're just saying if we were awake, there was a pause, all right, gotcha. Okay, question has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Vino, Councillor Hubley, and Councillor Moore.
And Councillor
Oh,
Staff.
and Councillor Staton. Motion is carried. And that concludes, I believe, our open part of the agenda. And I would entertain a motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Wynot. Seconded by Councillor Hubley. All those in favor? Opposed?